โนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม Esports ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนเจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Đơ Ca Khỉ, tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và Esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game NetE. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel, Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry, Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu Esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. Với slogan This is passion, thấu buồn đam mê, giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống Đơ Ca Khỉ được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi Đơ Ca Khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thổi buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng Đơ Ca Khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Toplands 2020. Toplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Toplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Toplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Toplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Gevani, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi-game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya, passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19, banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah, tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, "This is passion." Jadi buat teman-teman semua jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
Hi everyone! It's me, your Ate Nikki from facebook.com/playwithnikki. I am a gamer, a streamer, a shoutcaster, and a host.
Everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020.
Hey guys, Azra here, and if you guys don't know who I am a professional shoutcaster, esports commentator, content creator, and streamer residing in the Philippines.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020.
Hello everyone, I'm Rosdak ASG, also known as Madam Mayora. I'm the team manager of Team Rosdak.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Gevani, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer.
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020
Hi, my name is Holler. I'm a caster, streamer, content creator, and you can find most of my work online at Holler TV.
Hi everyone, my name is Bobby and I'm here at NetEase Games. I'm one of the community managers for Rules of Survival and Top Clans Esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Arthur. I'm a caster, analyst, coach, and streamer from Malaysia for the game Dota 2.
Hello everyone, I am Nam, Catcaster. I am shoutcaster of many games from Thailand.
Hi everyone, I'm Clyde Lewis, player of Savage Gaming and player of one of the most trending games in PH, which is Lost.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat, the marketing manager of Top Clans from NetEase Games. I'm from the Philippines and this is my home office.
It's really sad that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected each and everyone, especially the esports scene, including me as a gamer, a shoutcaster, and a streamer. It has definitely affected me in a lot of ways. Gigs has been cancelled, LAN tournaments has been cancelled.
The pandemic affected us in a way that some of our players were not able to practice and play because they don't have their own computer. And we're usually present and cheering for our teammates in person at events like this, but now we're not able to do that because of the pandemic.
So this pandemic has definitely hit everybody hard, even those, working in the esports or gaming industry. People might think that, we all do our job at home, and some of the time we do, but some of the time we also do those big events, live events.
The epidemic affected us in the ways that we can practice together because one of my teammates doesn't have own computer. But we still practicing and teaching him our new strategy during ECQ.
I think passion is defined by how much time you spend in the 24 hours of your day doing something that you love and enjoy.
Passion for me is still doing what you love even though it was really hard for you. Passion is what drives me to prove everyone else wrong. Gaming is my passion.
Passion for me and for my team is what pushes us to grind harder and what motivates us to push us to our limits. Gaming should not be all about competition. Gaming should be about passion.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will bring out the best in every team that join the tournament. And thank you as well for the opportunity for us to play in your tournament.
My expectation in Top Clans 2020 is a successful tournament, and I know that we will get a champion and show to all people that our play is remarkable.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will be fair and fun like last year, Top Clans Arena. We have been waiting for this, and I cannot wait to see the result.
Top Clans returns this year to become the platform for gaming entertainment and to give an opportunity for competitive gamers to showcase their talents and be rewarded. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
This is passion.
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 It is passion.
This 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 is passion.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Gevani, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi-game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya, passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19, banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah, tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, This is passion. Jadi buat teman-teman semua jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020, iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan C Multi Games Esports 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan tournament terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Jika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan This is passion. Peace.
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Clan 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Clan 2020 ซึ่ง Top Clan 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม Esports ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Clan 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือ การทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้เนยอยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Đơ Ca Khỉ. Tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và Esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game NetEase. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel, Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry, Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu Esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. Với slogan This is passion, thấu buồn đam mê, giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống Đơ Ca Khỉ được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi Đơ Ca Khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thổi buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng Đơ Ca Khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
Hello everyone, welcome to Top Clans 2020. As the biggest multi-game tournament in Southeast Asia region, we aim to become the digital esport platform that services all players, brands, and game developers to have everyone come to embrace our love for game and esport. This year, a total of 5 games will join Top Clans. Total of 28 days of tournaments will be live streamed in English, Malay, and also Thai, hoping to bring you the best esport experience. Today we'll present you guys Dota 2 group stage competition of Top Clans 2020. Don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and TV channels for all Top Clans latest updates. We would like to thank the support from our TV partner, EGG Network, and also AIS Play. Also, don't forget to follow our Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch channels again for all the news of Top Clans 2020. You can also watch live with our partner platform at Kumu, Lazada and Lazlive, Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, and also TikTok. Thanks to our local partner, InfoFeed and Asian Galaxy. Top Clan 2020 is now broadcasting in Thai and Malay language. Thanks to our network partner, UU Game Booster. The game will start very soon. Our wonderful casters will take it from here.
Hello everyone and welcome to Top Clans 2020 Dota 2 SCA Invitational. My name is Holler and I'm with Arthur. How are you doing today on this fine Friday, sir?
I'm good. I'm great. I'm super excited for today's game because today we are going to find out who are the 2 teams that are advancing to the knockout stage, and all 3 teams, Execration, Galaxy Razor, and Neon, they have very close points when it comes to the group standing. So I think today is gonna be the deal breaker. 2 teams are gonna walk home today, and 2 teams are gonna keep advancing. So I'm super excited to find out who are those that are going to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot at stake right now. I mean, I think the only one is if Vice Esports can play the spoiler and just kind of sabotage some of the chances of some of the teams. But before we go into all of that, let's get into a little bit of structure. What we've done is we've had 8 different teams, divided them into 2 different groups. 4 teams apiece. They play a round robin best of 2 between all of them, and that's the group stage that's going on now. We'll find out after today, which is going to be the last day of the group stage. We're going to find out who survives into the playoffs or the knockout stage. That's going to be held on the 28th and the 29th of October, and then we'll have the grand finals on the 30th right after that. And so what are these guys playing for? Prize money, of course. It's going to be first place is 7,000 USD, and it's going to go all the way down to 4th place, which is going to be 2,000. And if you're eliminated today, you're going to be in the 5th through 8th place, and you're going to come home with only 1,000 USD. So it's definitely worth playing out because you're going to get double the money at least in terms of a guarantee. So something that you want to do. So yeah, we're going to look forward to this. A lot of the teams are at stake right now. And mind you, even going into this, like we're looking at the standings here, this is going to be Group B. We found out from yesterday with Group A, MG, Trust, and Adroit are moving on. So very strong teams there. And then we're going to find out who the better team today is, with Execration taking on Galaxy Racer. It's going to be the 4 and the first and the 3rd place one, at least in the teams. And then you have Neon Esports and Vice Esports. Can Neon Esports come out with some sort of win or tie? They're going to really need this. If Galaxy Racer can get the win, I mean, they're going to have to pull it out, right? This is the time to do it. But if not, unfortunately, we're gonna see how this one plays out. So we're gonna see Galaxy Racer, Vice Esports first series. Second series is gonna be Neon Esports, Execration there. So yeah, we're gonna start off with a bang.
Oh yeah, so as we look at the group standings point, Galaxy Racer would have to win 2-0 for a chance to advance. I would say that anything less than 2-0, that would mean meaningless. So a lot of pressure out on the Galaxy Racer side. I do hope that they will put out their best game though. Yeah, so looking like a super exciting day.
Yeah. And so, I mean, we're going to have a great amount of opportunities for you to win as well. So if you're a viewer just kind of tuning in, we're going to have a little bit of mystery code. It's going to come out with a little bit of message in the middle right screen on any of the platforms and all of these different streams. We're going to see exactly when those things happen. They could be like a First Blood Rampage. And then basically you're just going to type in that code and put it into the chat. And so once you do that, we're going to find you and we're just going to get you an award, which is going to be a simple thing in terms of just getting you like a Dota 2 cosmetic. So we're going to announce those winners coming on up. It's going to be very, very simple. Secondary to that, there's actually going to be a share the event, which is going to be in regards to literally you just need to share the stream. So wherever you are, again, YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, just share the stream and we'll find out who you are and we'll just be able to reward you in that way as well. So it's going to be the easiest way to win. And we do this every single game. We're going to have a winner regardless of what's going to happen. So somebody wins. And again, Dota 2 cosmetics your way. And Arthur, I think you have too many hats already. You probably don't need any of these prizes, right?
Yeah, I mean, but I'm still trying every day. Still hoping for the one chance to be lucky. Unfortunately, I'm not the lucky guy when it comes to giveaway. So make sure you guys join the contest as well, because I'm damn sure that I won't be getting anything. So you guys, the luck is in your way. So make sure you join and participate and share it to your friends and family.
Okay, yeah. So definitely do that. And then before we go into the first game, which is going to be Galaxy Racers and Vice Esports, to kind of start things off, Vice Esports mathematically eliminated, which is a little unfortunate for them, but they can play spoiler here because, I mean, this is the experience that they can talk about. They can also kind of just put a wrench into the whole Galaxy Racer and their playoff attempts. Any thoughts on this series going in?
Well, yeah, I definitely agree with you. It's not only the learning experience, but also you are playing for your pride too. You don't want to be getting out of this tournament with 0 points. So definitely, I would say Vice Esports, the motivation to win is pretty high too. But for the side of Galaxy Racer, we should all expect that they will be bringing their A++ game today, because 2-0ing Vice Esports, it means that they should be guaranteeing, they should at least give themselves an advantage going to the knockout stage. It still depends on how Execration versus Neon does though. So
I mean, Neon Esports, Neon Esports, well, they won the a PNX bet tournament. Yeah, the Invitational. Yeah, so they're kind of on a hot streak, which is kind of interesting because MTG won yesterday into the playoffs, and they also won BTS. So those are really two hot teams in SCA. So seeing as that they're in different groups, we'll maybe hope they'll play together at some point in this tournament, and so we'll see who is actually the hottest team in SCA. That is still yet to come out. Now, before we get into the draft, let's give a quick shout out in terms of top clans. Please do give them a follow in terms of Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Without any of this, of course, this is the tournament run by them. So a big shout out to them.
Yeah, I mean, like recently there's a rare lack of Dota 2 tournaments. So big shout out to top clans to organizing a Dota tournament so that we, the Dota fans, get something to fill with our free times. We don't have to just play pubs every day. That could be really depressing sometimes. So
yeah,
it's always good to see good tournaments going on, and especially good teams competing against each other. One thing I want to point out is that Execration, they just announced a roster swap. I mean, not like a roster swap, but some roster changes. BDZ was released. I'm not sure who are they getting in for the replacement for BDZ, but I wonder what's going behind the scene, because BDZ feels to me like he has always been on point, pretty decent as a post 4. So I look forward to who will be the replacement to him and who could fill into his shoes.
Yeah. Did they give you a call? Were they like, Arthur, we need you as position 4, let's go? No?
I
invite?
definitely hope so. I don't hope so, but unfortunately, no.
Okay, but your phone is ready. You're willing to take the invite whenever possible, so that you'll just hop on in, and I'm sure you'll just kind of gel with this team without any issues, right?
Sure, I can speak Tagalog. I can yell Tara, Tara every day. And of course, my phone is open. My social is open. So make sure you guys, if you guys are keen, look me up at Leon Arthur Dota at Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, any of the social media except for OnlyFans, and of course Howard as well. He does a lot of educational content, a lot of replay analysis too. So make sure you guys check out Howler at Howler TV on YouTube.
Thank you. Yeah, I do not just more Dota stuff. I also do K-pop as well. So either of those two, please do let me know. I'm the guy when you need any sort of advice or any sort of you want to know what the bands are thinking, all that stuff. I'm the guy to find, and I will help you out with all K-pop related news. Dota is kind of like a secondary thing, but that we'll talk about that more as we go through. So it looks like the players are into the lobby. It's going to be a matter of time before we just kind of start this off. And I know there's a little bit of confusion in terms of, I think that one of the websites was saying that there was going to be, Galaxy Racer versus Execration, I believe. But we've kind of gone through the data. Galaxy Racer, Vice Esports, that's going to be the first team that we have up first. And then we're going to have Execration versus Neon. That's going to be a 3 p.m. one. So we'll get into that game very, very shortly. But, all right, so if you're going to be Vice Esports, aside from being a spoiler and trying to just kind of sabotage Galaxy Racer, what else do they do? Are they... I guess, what is the biggest takeaway from this game?
Well, if I were Vice Esports, I think I just want to play my A game and prove this Arthur guy wrong. This guy has been saying Viper is a little bit shitty for the team. Maybe they want to prove me wrong. We have been, maybe for Vice they have been winning a lot with this Viper pick in their scrims, but unfortunately not tournaments. But today they've got 2 more games to prove themselves, to prove the Viper to be a pretty good hero when it comes to off lane. I really want to see Vice make adjustment, improve from their previous games, because I do feel like across all the 4 games that we have been spectating, it feels like there's almost no progress. I don't want to put this harsh way, but we have been seeing this Viper every single day, and the playstyle is every time it's the same. It doesn't work, and they still keep going with it. So I really hope to see there's some improvement, because this is the last game already. They are mathematically out, so this is time where you can try your new ideas. There's no risk anymore.
Yeah. I mean, this is I'm wondering if in terms of the no risk thing, is it more of do we try out some wonky strategy? Do we throw out the Meepo pick? What is that the new idea that they would do?
In terms of new idea, I'm not expecting something super crazy. I'm not expecting something out of the way. I'm just really hoping to see minor improvement coming from Vice in terms of how across the 4 games previously they've always seems to love the idea of counter picking a certain heroes, and then that just lead them to nowhere. They would always get backfire because they commit one particular hero to counter another, and then that counter just did not work, and then that pick to the counter pick just go out of the blue all of a sudden. There's no impact. So I hope to see adjustment like that in drafting work come off this last series, and also I want to see them playing on the same page as well as a team, because a lot of times it just feels like the players they're not playing to the draft, they're not playing to their game plan, and they're just super split. Everyone has their own ideas, and I want to see them playing as a team, because Galaxy Racer, that this team, they are gelled, they are playing as a unit, or maybe sometimes as different units, just like what Wings did in 2016. Just picking off players on the map one by one as a two-man to three-man unit. Those are beautiful to watch, and I hope to see this coming from them.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of positives and good takeaways that you can have, especially like even if you're in a bad situation like this where you might not get anything, but I think experience says a lot, and being able to play up against a team of like Neon Esports, Galaxy Racer, Execration, all of these guys have put like that onus on you to be like, oh, why did we learn? Like, what did we learn? What can we do better? Right? Why are we in the situation where yeah, it sucks that we lost 4 games or whatever, but at the end of the day, we came out on top because it's like the whole thing about, I believe it was Bruce Lee or whatever, but he was like, you either win or you learn, right? And this is one of those things where you can definitely learn something. So we're in the draft now, starting out with a heavy DK pick to kind of start things off. What are your thoughts of that on a first pick?
Well, we speak about Jasmine, speak about bringing in new ideas, and Wise Esports, they definitely are doing that right now. Opening with the DK AA picks. I feel like DK, this has been a pretty hot hero back at July, I think, when One Esports C-League was going on. DK used to be the first pick and second pick material. I'm not so sure about right now. I haven't seen too much of DK, but DK is overall a very good hero as always, because it just offers the draft a lot. Frontliner, initiation, tower push, it's just a very all-rounded hero, and he has a lot of flexibility as well. Could play 2-3-4 at the side of Galaxy Razor, Venomancer, Clockwork. Venomancer, I believe this could be one of counters for Dragon Knight, and Clockwork is just just a sick hero right now in this current meta.
What lane do you like DK in the most, or is it just like whatever lane is best for him in terms of just matchup, or is it more of like, because like you have to have a set role for this guy, right? Like you have to have like an idea of what you want to do.
Yeah, I think you always have an idea of Dragon Knight to fulfill a certain role, but in terms of what lane is he going, it doesn't really matter so much. For example, if you're putting him on the 2 or the 3, all you want the DK to do is to pop the Dragon Form, push some towers, speed out the tempo of the game, and then eventually buy aura items or buy Blink Dagger for initiation. Depends on what you need in the game. So I would say the role for Dragon Knight is always set. It's always set, but in terms of lane, that doesn't really matter.
Isn't it kind of a boring hero to play though?
Definitely. if I'm a 10k, 11k mid player, I would not want to play Dragon Knight. It's just mobility is so low. It's so everything is slow, and you just couldn't pull off a lot of big plays with this hero. That's the main thing to me.
Yeah, I mean, but Blink Stun, I guess, is like the biggest play you can do, right? Like, there's really not much you can do in terms of just like you can't outplay people. Like, he's coming, and he's coming. Like, he's just gonna tank everything and just do all that. But what about this pairing with the AA though?
10 seconds remaining.
I'm not too sure about this, but it does. I mean, DKA, they do have good synergy, Dragon Tail into Ice Blast. That's always going to be reliable until Galaxy Razor picks up Frost stuff. I kind of like AA though. I think AA is one of the best position 5 of all time, simply because we all know that AA is a carry killer. It's an anti-carry hero. Just put the Ice Blast on, and then you have done your job. You don't have to do anything else. Any other spells that you are able to put down in the team fight besides the Ice Blast is a bonus. Okay. So I definitely love AA, and I want to see is they pair good heroes with this AA, and Dragon Knight is definitely one.
What is the item progression you go with AA as a +5? What's the norm now?
I think it's also very situational. I remember the game Secret versus OG. It was Puppy playing the AA, and then he went for Blink Dagger first item to counter the Swan Aghanim's. Nice. So it's really, really situational. It's also up to you. It's also depends on the game. Sometimes if you could get a very early Will of Discord, I think Will is the best for air. And then after that, you just want to go for Glimmer Cape, for stuff, anything that can enable your teammates.
5 seconds.
Okay. But are they thinking maybe that, like, because usually when you pick this, you have like you're trying to counter something, right? Or you're looking to pick something and to kind of protect it. Like if you picked an alchemist or something like that, like a necro or something like, probably not a necro because you have a DK, but I mean, is that kind of what Vice is thinking here? Or is this just more of like a well-rounded, AA is good into everything?
5 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like it's more like the well-rounded. Looking at DK and AA, they both are well-rounded. I think this are the great picks that you can open at the first phase of the draft, because you basically are not telling anything to Galaxy Razor. Galaxy Razor do not know what is the game plan of Wise so far. The only thing they are thinking to themselves that where is this lane? Where is the DK going? Which lane is he going? And the game plan is still unknown for Galaxy Razor. So I do feel like these two picks are great for what it's worth, and I'm liking the adjustment here. All I want to see is the next three picks, how can they synergize with the DK and AA and then come out with a better draft than Galaxy Razor. And also I want to point out at the ban of Galaxy Razor, the Faceless Void ban, I like that they removed this hero and not snatch Void away from Wise Esports, because you never want to play Void into the AA.
Yeah, that's definitely another one. But okay, this Veno pick, we haven't talked too much about Galaxy Racer here. Veno kind of versatile in the sense they could play like a 3-4-5. I mean, we saw Dubu play it on a 5 more recently on a stream, but is that kind of like, where do you want this Veno?
Well, okay. Well, before going into that, it seems like Cloudware and Trent will be the super duo. And knowing Galaxy Razor, I think most of the time Venom Master will be on KYXY.
Okay.
Adam Shah, he has a very diverse hero pool as well. So I believe Adam can also pick up the role on Venomancer as a 5. But honestly, for me, I would prefer Venomancer to be a core role, because this is a very greedy hero. Most of the time, you don't want to have greedy hero on your post 4 or post 5, especially Veno is not that great in scaling. You really want to play around the Veno, but if you're putting Veno on the support side, you'll be playing around the post 4, post 5, which is obviously suboptimal. So I'll definitely say position 3 is the best right now for Venomancer.
Okay. Like I look at Galaxy Racers and I'm thinking, strength, Veno, right? Would Vice maybe pick out the Timbersaw here, just because I feel like that's kind of strong against both Clock and Tree, which don't really do a whole lot in terms of like chaining this guy down and like having all that magic damage to kind of deal with a Timber at this point.
That's a fantastic idea. I do feel like Timbersaw could be game winning here. So far, 3 hero, they pose no threat to Timbersaw, but Wise are going back to their more comfortable anti-mage, and we have talked about this before. They seem to love picking anti-mage at the 3rd pick. I'm not so sure, because maybe they're also afraid that Galaxy Razor would pick the anti-mage at the 4th pick. That's why they think to themselves they have to show the anti-mage earlier. But it's same as the Timbersaw. I do feel like anti-mage could have a very good game as well. But something we have to know is that Galaxy Razor, they always have this very good idea of countering anti-mage. I've seen them pick the Slada plus TA into anti-mage, just heavily physical that lineup that just dumpstered the anti-mage. So maybe we'll see something like that again. But if you're seeing the Slada here, it means that Venomancer would be somewhere else.
Yeah.
Which I don't see either Alacrity or Ghost playing the Venomancer or Slada. So that might not be the choice. But TA is definitely something that Galaxy Razor should be thinking of right now.
Okay. And boom, it's like you can read minds. Awesome. You got the nice call there with the TA here. But okay, yeah, they have the burst and they have ways to kind of just be able to man fight this AM. But do you have enough lockdown to deal with an AM?
Yeah, that's my concern too. In the very last pick, you need to pick something that can somehow deal with the anti-mage. And also you need to be careful. Galaxy Razor here need to be careful as well. They don't want to pick another farming intensive hero alongside with the TA, because you want your TA to be the winning condition. You know that with this draft you can go fast. With Venomancer, TA, if you're able to establish a decent amount of advantage, you could snowball off that. So all you need to do is a carry that doesn't need farm and could fight very early on. Knowing Galaxy Razor, I've seen them play the Bloodseeker post 1. That could be something. Bloodseeker against anti-mage is a very old school counter. Bloodseeker with Trend Overgrowth as well, the Blood right into Overgrowth, that could be something against anti-mage Ember Spirit too. Because the reason why I bring up the Bloodseeker is just that a lot of the carries are being banned out. Look at the ban list. Morphing, TB, Swan, Spectrum, Knights, literally all the carries are being banned out. That's why Wise picked the anti-mage so early on, because they were afraid that the carries would be all banned out.
But it's interesting that Galaxy Racer bans out the Timber. I mean, if they were going to pick a Timber, they were going to pick it in that 2nd phase. But the fact that they banned it here, they're saying, okay, you don't have an off lane And basically this Ember or the DK at this point is going to be a support. Like that's what Galaxy Racer is thinking?
Yeah, I will say that they're just respecting the threat that Timbersaw is posing to them. And I do love that as well. You just want to ban out the heroes that your draft are not capable of dealing with. Sometimes you don't really just want to target ban your enemy, but you want to ban out the heroes that your draft is really afraid of. So you protect your own draft, and this is what Galaxy's Razor intention was. So knowing this Necrophos, I think a couple of heroes are pretty good here. If Galaxy Razor are looking for a fighting hero, they could think about the Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter is pretty good against Necro on lane, Berserker as well, or by Ricky, another fighting hero that Ghost absolutely loves. And I'll say Ricky looks like he would have a pretty good playing ground here against AA, against Ember Spear and Necrophos. These are the squishy heroes that are they're just very afraid of the Ricky, and I can see Ricky popping off here.
Okay. So you're thinking that, as opposed to any sort of lockdown, that this is, the smoke screen is good enough to just lock those guys down. But okay, we're going to see an Enryu 3. Baba is going to be on the Ember, and then Cirque is going to be AM. And then it was a Samuel, which is kind of throwing us all in a loop in terms of a position 4 DK. What do you think about that?
Well, I've seen Playhard from Neon mix this. Definitely, he make the DK4 work. I've seen Zephyr as well make the DK4 work. But it was a long time ago, so I'm not sure how are they going to make this work. I think first of all, you need to have a pretty good lane. And then looking at this DK and Necrophos lane, they're super tanky against Ricky and Clockwork. I want to see how this Clockwork versus DK matchup is. Just two strong hero bashing each other on the side lanes. That's gonna be really funny. Something to take note is that this Trend Protector from Galaxy Razor would be a post 4. So you have this Venomancer plus Trend lane, which is really scary. You got this Trend punching you down and Venomancer slowing you. This AA is gonna have a bad time if the AA get caught out of position. So I would say Galaxy Razor, they seem to have the stronger lane here.
Okay, yeah, but wow, KYXY with over 6,000 games, and he has like a 66% win rate? I think it was very quick, but oh my gosh. Okay, so we've got all the heroes, but all right, to Vice's credit, they tried to throw people off with the DK first pick, but I think when you're talking about the draft, I don't feel like Galaxy Racer like overreacted to that pick. They didn't, they didn't look to hard counter this thing.
Yeah, I mean that's what the higher tier teams does. Sometimes it's not just about countering or hard countering, because they know that DK it doesn't matter what role DK is on. DK is not the winning condition that Wise Esports is looking at. That's why they are not putting too much resources in countering the DK, but they are putting the resources to counter the anti-mage, which is obviously the winning conditions. That's why I like this a lot from Galaxy Razor. I think these are the proper way of countering when we look at the draft.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna see how this one plays out. Very interesting lineups. Who do you like just going in overall?
I like Galaxy Razor more. I just feel like their game plan is solid. Their pick is also pretty obvious as well. Ricky Diffuser Blade, TA Deso Blink Dagger, and then they will start making stuff happen. On the other hand, if you look at Wise, you need to make sure that Necrophos has a good lane, and then you want to play with the Necrophos. So Ember Spirit needs to always be connecting with the Necrophos while Anti-Mage farms alone. I do feel like the room for error for Wise is is much lower than Dire side. That's just it. If Anti-Mage dies more than 2 times, I feel like the game is just over.
All right, so there's a lot of pressure on him. He's going to be like, we've seen all the games where Vice has been a little bit behind and he's had to catch up, and he's played a lot of AM. So he's found ways to get farm, but at the same time, it's like, do you really want to go into a game, behind, right? This is definitely not what you want to start. You want to start strong and kind of finish strong. And, if AM can get going, obviously his farm can be almost unmatched at that point. Once he gets 6 slotted, and then we'll figure it out when we get to the late game. But there's a lot at stake right now in terms of just the laning phase. First 5-10 minutes, we're going to just see exactly how these teams, play. But to your point, I feel like, AM dying twice, I think that's the magic number in the sense that, yeah, this team will just crumble at that point.
Yeah, because like every single time anti-mage dies, he's gonna be like in the grave for 60 seconds at least.
Yeah.
And then that would just give Galaxy Razor all the space to take down towers, take down objectives like the Roshan. And you speak about for anti-mage lineup, you will never want to play behind, especially against Ricky plus TA. Such snowballing lineup. If you're just a slightly behind, the Galaxy Razor will just punish you by so much more. And meanwhile, Ghost at the top lane.
Yeah, they got a little bit of tri-lane interest. They get the Dragon Tail, they got the stun, they're going to do a lot of damage. Oh, and he's going to Trickster the trade early just to get out of that. And that will keep him alive, but that's actually not the first skill you usually want to go.
Yeah, you normally want to go for the Blink dagger. The Blink, I think this is a little bit mistake from Ghost here. I think when you are just giving up the runes, you want to just hide behind the trees, because there's always a potential that enemy are trying to get first blood with 3-man unit or 4-man unit. But thankfully he get out, so that's not a big deal at all. And something
but you're wasting go on.
Just something that I want to point out is the Galaxy Razor, they have very good ways of shutting down this anti-mage. You have the Clockwork Hook into Cog and then Smoke Screen on top of that. Even Manta style wouldn't help you to get out from the Smoke Screen plus Cog.
Yeah.
So you at some point anti-mage would need to get a BKB, but BKB also get counters by the Overgrowth. So overall, very tough, very tough anti-mage game.
Yeah, I feel like all of the Vice supports, even including, the Necro at this point, I think Force Snap is going to be a high priority item. Like once they have that and they're able to control, the amount of smokescreen damage that can be done, but just keeping them not silenced will actually save your team, and you might actually be able to win team fights because of that.
Oh yeah, definitely. You like Galaxy Razor, their lineup with heavy burst damage. You want to buy all these defensive items that can save your teammates from the burst damage, Glimmer Clip, Force Staff, anything like that. Those are going to be very crucial.
All right. So Alacrity here getting a little bit low, and we always talk about this TA versus Ember matchup, that it's really skill dependent. It's definitely it's a 50-50. I don't think that there's like a massive edge to either of the teams, but we've seen these players play before. Who do you like in terms of just the overall mid? If you had to pick one mid on your team, who would it be? Alacrity or Bob?
Definitely Alacrity for me.
Okay.
Like the reason for this is because not to take anything away from Bob, it's just that I know Alacrity much better than Bob. I understand Alacrity. If I was the coach, I know how to utilize this player. And something that I want to point out is that it's a very skill dependent line matchup. It's super 50-50. I asked Alacrity this question before. Would you run?
Bob getting so low in the Fairy Fire. Okay, he's fine, but he's living very dangerously. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. I asked Alacrity this question. Could you win the lane with Ember against TA? He said yes. And then I asked, could you win the lane with TA against Ember? He said yes too. So it's all about confidence and the skill matchup. And Alacrity is one of the most confident players that I've seen, and most selfless as well.
Yeah. I feel like you have to be as a mid, right? Like you have to be the guy, like the alpha guy. You know what I mean? Because you have so much pressure on you as the mid player, and you have to play really, really well. I mean, if you don't have confidence, I feel like, why are you playing mid?
Yeah, exactly. Mid players need to have a little bit of cocky. I remember mid one used to be a very cocky mid laner. Thompson as well. Just a lot of the mid laners are just not only they are super alpha confident, but they are also a little bit cocky. Of course, sometimes it backfires, but this is the kind of quality that bring you to TI. Also, another thing I want to point out is that it's easy to be confident. Most of the mid player out there, they are confident, but can they be selfless? Not really. But at the meanwhile,
Sark is getting a little bit low. Destries is getting as well. He's in deny range, but I think that they'll just back it up. But that Nature's Grasp plus the Veno slow just does a lot of work here. But to your point about the mid lane, right? And maybe I don't mean to be flaming the guy, but in a way, Sumail was kind of like that high risk, high reward. Refraction Shield. Sorry, Bob. Fairy Fire keeps him alive. But Sumail was like that type where he took a lot of risks. Like he was super ballsy. He would just go all in no matter what, and he would just try to take it off. Now with age, we've kind of seen Sumail. Well, there's first blood there. Okay, so Destrus gets that one. But is it because like Sumail hasn't been like he's not like Topson level, right? Like there's been a little bit of a. I mean, he hasn't played as well, right? Is that because okay? Nzeki's gonna get gone on here just when I'm trying to do this one. Okay, Salve has been canceled. Alacrity's really chasing for this. He's trying to dodge through the tree, but he just gets in there and Alacrity, and there we go, the Refraction Shield. And Bob is trying to fight out with a Flame Guard, and the Cold Feet does connect, and he's been stunned with Fairy Fire. He's gonna look to turn this, and he gets a double kill, and Samuel's there just to clean things up.
This is why I prefer Alacrity over Bob. Once again, not to take anything away from Bob. It's just that I know Alacrity much more, and also like Alacrity just shows to us like why he deserved that. And yeah, to your point, right? We're saying, yeah, Sumail is a higher risk taker, but it's just different styles of playing. You know, Sumail he won a TI with that style. Topson win two TIs with his style as well. So I'll just say that you need to, as a team, if you need to function well, you need to identify who are your star players, and you want to play around them. For example, the OG squad that they won 2 TIs with, the star player was Anna. It was always Anna, not anyone else. It was always Anna that was the star player. So they have Topson as a very selfless player that enables Anna. But if you look at the EG after TI5, they were pairing Sumail with RTZ. So who are your star players now? You have these 2 star players that are just, are very distinct. Both of them are the winning condition, and sometimes, like the Chinese saying, in the same mountain, you couldn't have more than 2 tigers. You couldn't have more than 2 alphas.
Yeah. No, it totally makes sense, right? Like, and we've kind of seen why EG just has not really gotten to the pinnacle yet, because you just have really greedy cores, right? Somebody needs to sacrifice, and somebody needs to just kind of step back, and we haven't really seen that. So, like, it's interesting because like when you're trying to put a team together, these are things that you need to really think about, and personality, playstyle, all of these things.
Definitely, I feel like esports at one point you need to start looking at how the traditional sports teams build their team. Because the traditional sports team, basketball, football, anything like that, you have a list of stats. You identify the qualities, the play style of different players before you start building the team.
Yeah.
So at some point, esports, if you want to go big, you have to follow these kind of rules as well, because they're scientific, proven to be right, to be effective. And I feel like a lot of esports teams, they're still not following the stats of rule when it comes to building the team. It's more like, all right, I really like this guy and I want to play with him.
Okay. Yep.
And sometimes it could really backfire.
Yeah. All right. So Salt Battery being used here, Rocket Flare just trying to zone him out, but Enryu's level 6. He does have a slight advantage. He's trying to be cogs back here. Samuel, though, has Tranquils as the DK4. This always interests me, right? And he's going to go Meteor Hammer next. What are your thoughts on that?
Wow. I have seen... Oh, wait. Top lane goes?
Oh, he's got the side, but not enough damage. Tricks of the Trade. He's going to back up here. Cogs, he does have him stuck in 3-4-3, and they end up killing the AA in the bottom lane. And Ryu getting a little bit low, and Bob comes out of nowhere. Ghost blinks away. Remnant forward. He's going to miss him for now. Do they have any vision? Trying to burn him out with Flame Guard, but Ghost, literally a ghost, and he walks away.
Literally a ghost. Yep. A very good trade. He expanded the Reaper side from Necrophos, and he doesn't die, he still gets a kill. So definitely
he
very
the
well
trade
done
for
here.
the courier there. And he still just walks away here. Yeah.
See, everything seems pretty smooth for Galaxy Razor. The winning condition, TA is farming super well, and he's definitely dominating his lane as well. Bottom side, you see the power of Venomancer plus Treant, and Teammate was just forced to be in jungle at such an early timing. Only 38 last hit compared to the 67, 68 on TA. So this winning condition versus winning condition matchup is just...
Oh, and they've got Zenki Cogs in, and he's stuck. Even the Coldfield will connect, but it doesn't really matter. Destrius, those right clicks from that Treant, second highest base damage in the game. Like, all right, I think actually it's second. It's second or first. I don't remember.
I think it's first. Look at that 104 at level 4.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Oh my god. That's
It's crazy. Yeah. All right, but Alacrity here just bouncing between the lane, the stacks, the ancients as well. He's been farming quite well. I mean, look at the last hits, 78, not even 9 minutes.
Well, I think we are looking at the 10. I think we are looking at the 10 to 11 minutes. Deso coming up from TA. He has gotten the Blackstone and one Meteor Hammer completed already. So he's like 1.5k away from the Deso. Crazy timing. Crazy timing.
Yeah. That's actually insane. And like Cirque has only got 45 last hits. I'm sure he's feeling a little inadequate here, but he's in the mid lane. And Alacrity here is like level 10 versus a level 6. Like Alacrity, man, this guy's balling.
This guy's balling. Oh, he's another 800 gold away from Deso. And look at him. He's trying to pressure mid lane. And Venomancer is here as well. You know, most of the mid laner now, if they are only 800 gold away from Deso, they'll just AFK in the jungle and they'll constantly ping, I need how much gold to my next item, and they'll just
they got the
idle.
Nature's Grasp. They found Samuel. He's trying to TP away, but yes, he has just enough. Ooh, he's tanky enough to TP back. Ooh, that was close.
That was close. But yeah, Alacrity is one of the most selfless player. He always looked to create space on the map, and he just, you know, always sacrificing himself. So I absolutely love him as a player.
Yeah, he's been playing quite well, and I like the fact that, you know, Vice has tried to, you know, provide a little bit more space for Cirque by just pushing out the top lane. They got that early T1 top. I mean, they traded with the bottom T1 as well, but now it's a matter of just pushing forward, trying to get what you can. Mid is probably not the way you want to go, especially since that beast of a machine in terms of Alacrity and his farming is going to be there. But you got to get some sort of space elsewhere. And it looks like they're going to be smoking bottom. Smoke's been popped by Samuel already. But I don't know if they have vision. They just throw out a dust, and they were just trying to hit Ghost. But he just, like, goes in the trees, and he's fine.
Yeah, with this smoke, I think the smoke got broke. That's why he popped the dust immediately. But I'm not sure what break the smoke, because Ghost was so far away. Not too sure about that.
No, I think that they were it popped by the T2, and then they tried to go around a little bit, and they just kind of wasted time, and they just popped the smoke thinking that he was going to be back there. But just a really bad call, waste of a smoke, and just a waste of time actually.
Yeah, but that was a very necessary rotation as well. The intention was good, I would say. Maybe the path thing that they took wasn't the best one, but that was just unfortunate for Esports, because we all know that they're desperately needing some kind of aggression in this game. Because the more you farm, you know that anti-mage would never out-farm TA at this point without the Fury. And it just feels like Esports at this time, they're just waiting for the storm to hit them. Because you know that TA with the date, so they are going to hit you with that timing.
So Alacrity's already got the Deso. I think he got it at like 11 minutes and 30 seconds or so. He's going to be going BKB next. Is that okay? Or do you want like a Blink? What would you prefer?
I think BKB is a little bit too selfless. Because all he wants to do is that to group up as 5 and to take fights with the BKB plus Deso and take towers, take Roshan. I think that's definitely a good approach, but that could also backfire if you are not taking the best fights after that.
Oh, smoke's been popped. They're going to go for Sam or KYXY. They got the Dragon Tail. Dragon Form has been used. The hook shot is going to connect onto Inryu. The Venomous Gale all over. And Destrus is looking to fight this, but they've got to heal. They got that. And the Remnant on back, and it looks like they've gone too deep. And Samuel and Zenki both get cut down. Yes, they got KYXY, but that's not a great trade. 2 for 1.
Yeah, no, no. Or it seems like Andrew will fall here as well.
Oh, Reaper Scythe used super early and not even close to being a kill. Oh, but they get him really low. He's going to Cox to just back up. The heal from the Treant is not enough. And Bob Remnant's forward. He does get that kill. So he got something out of it.
Yeah, but overall, very good fight for Galaxy Razor. Such a beautiful counter initiation with the overgrowth. I believe he caught four players, and then just on top of it, he has the Nature's Grasp flowing everybody. It was just free hits for TA to clean up everybody, and this is a fight that also allows them to take the mid tier 1 tower. So right now, it opens up the pathway to Roshan, to the triangle of anti-mage that he is farming in. So a lot more aggression could be seen from Galaxy Razor after this.
Yeah. I don't know. To me, this whole DK4 is really underwhelming. You know what I mean? Like, you're just walking forward. You don't have any way to just kind of blink in, get the magic, the stun from far away to kind of just start these fights. It's just like literally the DK just walks up to you and then you see him coming and then he just Dragon Tails you,
Yeah, I mean DK, you need very specific hero setups from your teammates to make this hero happen, because all you can really offer is just walk in and Dragon Tail. You need someone else to dish in the damage for you, and AA seems like he's getting chased down by the TA. Should be dead here, just 2 hits. 2 hits was all in need from Alacrity to bring him down, and he is actually going for the BKB. You go for BKB first and then the Blink Dagger. Interesting.
Like I'm okay with it just because of the fact that, like, if you're looking at Vice, they have strictly almost a whole bunch of just magic damage and stuns, and if you just kind of lock that in, because this guy is like an early hero in the sense that, like, he just kind of want to end the game a lot sooner. He doesn't really want to go late game, so he's kind of playing to his team strength of just making sure that he's always strong and he's continuing to fight. He's able to get that BKB to ensure that there's no lockdown and he can continue to fight no matter what. So it's what the team needs. I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
Oh, with the cogs. And Ryu, he forces back. And he's going to just back up here. He's got the heal as well. And Samuel's looking to turn this around. But KYXY is there. He's got the Gale. And do they go for the Nova? And Ryu back it up a little bit. And there we go. There's the Nova. And that's going to slowly tick on in. Overgrowth is going to be used as well. Bob is now here. They got the Remnant forward, and they're going to look to go, but the Blink Strike, and then they've gotten 3 so far, and they want more, and Bob is in a bad spot. He's trying to Remnant away, and he gets killed as well. That's a Mega Streak going the way of Alacrity.
Yeah, this is the thing after losing your mid lane. You know that at one point Galaxy Razors are going to walk into your triangle and make something happen, and at the bounty rune timing, that was the best one. That was the best timing for you to just walk into the triangle. Obviously, Wise we're not prepared for that and to pay for it, and eventually this Roshan is going to fall as well. A big Ice Blast is not hit, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, they should be fine, but yeah, the tree and heal,
look at how big Alacrity is right now. 10.5k net worth in 16 minutes. Normally, the normal KPI to indicate how fat you are is that if you are hitting 10k net worth at 20 minutes, that's decent. That's how you should be. But 16 minutes and he's almost 11k already. That's just crazy. That's insane.
Oh, but Alacrity almost 2-shotted him. Oh. He just does so much damage. He has BKB Aegis as well. Wow, he hits like a truck.
He hits like a truck. Now it's the time for them to just infiltrate this triangle, take down tier 2s and tier 1s, and just establish the map control. Anti-Mage, thankfully, he has just gotten his Fury, so that's not too bad. He can start to split push now, but he also has to be very careful of Clockwork and the Riki, because they don't need Alacrity to kill Anti-Mage now. Just Riki and the Clockwork could do the same thing as too. So it's not a free game for Anti-Mage at all, or at any point.
It looks like they're going to be looking to take the T1 mid, but 343 is going to just end that one. Alacrity gets rooted. He gets chains back, but Bob kind of staying on the high ground, just staying a little bit away. 343 is looking to find something. Oh, the hook shot does. Oh, it hits his own buddy in Ghost. The Ice Blast is going to connect. The Reaper Scythe as well, but he's going to tricks with the trade. He should be okay. No, he cracks in the end. They did get Zenki on that one as well, and they've got him rooted. And the Overgrowth, the Meteor Hammer, the Yule's up on Bob. He's going to keep himself alive, at least for now. Cirque is out of here. He TP's away. Bob is trying to run for his life. He's been trapped with Remnant to the high ground, but it looks like that's going to be the end of it. And they lost only Zenkri, and they traded that for Ghost. Not a bad trade.
Not a bad trade at all. If Bob manages to get out of here, he should be fine. There's no Blink Dagger on TA yet. A little bit weird. Yes, yeah. A little bit weird from Galaxy Razor because I think Adam went in too early. He tried to force the fight too hard, and Ricky unfortunately tanked the Ice Blast plus the Reaper Side, and there's just no way he can survive through that without BKB. Alacrity as well. Without the Blink Dagger, he's just getting kited around.
The force forward. He's going to look to fight Alacrity, but he doesn't do enough. And Alacrity's able to outfight this. Yes, he has Aegis. He should be fine. The Aegis has been popped. Can they look to turn this? KYXY Ghosts are coming in here just to back up his buddy. They're just going to zone out a little bit, and it doesn't look like they want to overcommit for this one. And that's going to be, they're going to just stay away. Oh, he blink strikes 40. He's going right for Zenki. He gets the clumsy net. He's been silenced, and he gets forced on back. Zenki's alive for now, but he's slowly ticking with that vessel, doing a lot of work, and he does end up dying. And Alacrity's just going to focus on the T2 mid.
Oh. But overall, I think this look pretty good punishment coming up from Wise, taking away the Aegis from TA. This would slow down the high ground push coming from Galaxy Razor. I think this is much needed. Anti-Mage needs this kind of space to keep building to his next item. He needs Manta Star plus BKB or Abyssal Blade right now to win this game. So I'll say the timing for Anti-Mage that he's looking at should be around 28 to 30 minutes. So there's still a long time to that, and that he has to be really careful here.
343. Oh, they got the rocket flare, the hook. They're gonna stop the TP. The overgrowth is gonna be used, and they do have him, but the counter spell, and it doesn't really matter because that meld strike from Alacrity does work, and he just almost two shots him. And they've got the silence on, and the DK goes down as well. This is bad.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, you know, they did a good job punishing, and then they got punished themselves. And you're talking about, oh my god, look at Bob.
Yules on Bob. They found him, but he blinks right where the next remnant was. He's been invis. He's at a sliver of life, Bob. He's got the trap. They popped this trap, but Alacrity's just kind of trying to scare him out. Bob with the invis. If we're quiet, they can't find him.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, think of the side blade.
What if the side blade? Oh my god,
that would have been hilarious.
That would be super hilarious.
But he's okay for now. He's gonna tread carefully here. Oh, he's gonna look the TP away now. But man, that was close for Bob.
Yeah, this reminds me of the stories that I heard. You know, when you are facing a super scary bear, all you want to do is just remain in a position, don't move, and the bear would just ignore you. That was what Bob was trying to do. He just stood there. He just stood there.
Yeah, and they didn't see him, so he was lucky he did get away, but man, that was super close. All right, so Alacrity here blinks away. Oh, Dragon Form has been used, so this is a pretty huge cooldown. I think it just wasted out, but they've got the chains. Nature's Grasp is gonna just kind of zone out. They look to turn this around right onto Bob and a couple meld strikes. He's gonna Yules defensively, and the Remnant away, and 343 hooks past him. They found Zenki though, that's something, and they got the trap as well, and he gets like two-shotted from Alacrity. My god, he does so much work. And he's gonna blink forward, just try to find more Refraction Shield. Oh gosh. And
That's
Zenki
not too
just
bad for Wise. Yeah, Overgrowth was committed for just an AA. I think that's acceptable for Wise at this point. They're 11k goal behind now, just in 21 minutes. Looking at Teammate still...
they're near. They do see him. And the blink strike forward, the silence as well, the smoke screen, and 343 is there just in case. And there was an AM there.
Well, Adam has been on point today. Like the last two anti-mage kill was all because
a couple, two meld strikes, and then Bob remnants away. Oh,
he tried to sideblade him once again.
Oh man, like it's painful, right? Like this is the mid, and he's just like on another level. He's literally what, almost double your net worth. I mean, this is rough.
This is definitely rough. TA is also he realized the problem now. He at one point he would be needing to catch, you know, the cat running around, the Ember Spirit, the anti-mage as well. This is like the cat and mouse game, right? That you just have to catch the cat once and the game might be over. It's just like a Tinker game. That's why he's going for this side of Vice. He knows that instant hacks is very important in taking down these elusive heroes. And just once that is up, then the splitting game from Wise is what is over. It's done.
Bob, the Yules, one more, and he's going for the side blade. Yes, he connected.
He did it.
Got him. Wasn't fast enough to get that remnant. And yeah, he just says, what the heck does happen? Oh, but Destrus is here, Overgrowth. They've got him in, and they've got the Ice Blast as well, and they're going all in. The Clumsy Net, just making sure that Destrus doesn't go anywhere. The Reaper Scythe has been committed. KYXY is looking to turn this, and Ryu's just going to look to TP away. Samuel is just going to fight. No, he's going to TP as well, but Alacrity's here, and the hook shot from downtown. 343 secures that one. 3 for 1, and all at the cost of just the Treant.
Yeah, and the Reaper side was also committed on the 3N as well. So the best spell to punish the overextended TA is gone now. So this should give a lot of openings for them to go high ground, at least force the fortification out, or even better, for some buybacks. That's very cool as well. I mean, DK, this buyback even more hurting his own economy. I think he just completed the Meteor Hammer, but without Blink Dagger on DK. What is DK? Is really nothing.
I mean, he doesn't have Blink. He doesn't have. I mean, he doesn't have Meteor Hammer as well. Like this
Oh
is.
no!
Yeah, he's got nothing. He's literally like a clumsy netted tranquil wand DK. So this is kind of this is why I'm not a huge fan of this position 4. Like I feel like you need a little bit more mobility, some more stuns with like range. You know, like a traditional position 4 would play, like a tiny, right?
Yeah, Tiny Earth Spirit, right? You have some tools to get into the fight without having the need of Blink Dagger.
Oh, the hook is gonna miss though. So the blink in from Alacrity just deletes Zenki, and he looks to get more. The trap is slowed down Samuel, but yeah, he's gonna take the creep wave first, but he's got DD, and man, this Alacrity guy. Oh, yeah, they gotta focus on the T2 bottom, don't they?
DD rune with Alacrity is what probably alright, he has gotten his side of Vice completed, so no more speed pushing for you, Bob or Cirque.
Oh, okay, that was clever. That was I mean, he really wanted that room, but that was super dangerous since you would ghost blinking on you, but he does run it away.
Alright, look at top lane. Cloud is already moving toward to the top lane. You have the tap
hook. Cog's back. This is a lot of stun. Oh, but the blink and the smoke was a little bit slow, and Cirque just barely gets away. Oh, but they rocket flare in the perfect spot. He's just waiting for the cooldown. He blinks right back into the corner. He should be fine as he looks to TP away. Oh, they found Bob one other time. Oh, and Zenki just like in a bad spot. Alacrity's looking to fight this. He's got BKB. And the Nature's Grass, they're looking to turn this. They've got the Overgrowth, and they've committed the Meteor Hammer, and there we go. It hits on the 2, and they've got Samuel, and they want Enryu. He's been silenced. It doesn't really matter, and he gets deleted as well. 4 for nothing so far. 19k net worth advantage. What do Vice do? Thoughts and prayers?
Probably want to take some time to discuss for the next game.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about this, right? 2 death for anti-mage is all he needs for Galaxy Razor, and I believe he has at least 2 now, and that really sets back his Mented Style timing at 26 minutes. He just had Fury plus Mented Style. That's not helpful in this game at all. So he just needs so much more. This is the fact that anti-mage, the third pick anti-mage, Galaxy Razor is gonna counter you. They counter you with the Alacrity TA. Alacrity has a perfect game. 0 death so far. Super insane farming speed and timing and tempos. There's just nothing much you could do with this.
Okay, you're okay with the blink, the meld strike doing work on Bob, and the tricks of the trade will secure it. He blinks back. They get the racks, and that's all they really wanted. And they're looking to just fix out the top lane. Now, okay, if you're going into this next game, obviously you're gonna play this one out just to kind of make sure that you just try your best no matter what. And I like the fact that Vice is sticking around, but if you're having an issue where, in the mid lane, like Bob versus Alacrity, like Alacrity is having this monster game and you're not able to kill this guy, like what do you do? Like, what do you do in the next game?
Well, you probably want to, if you are able to win the coin cost or anything, you might want to get the second pick so that you can leave your mid lane to counter Alacrity's hero. But one thing is that Alacrity, he plays TA fantastically, but most of the time he plays a lot of the spirit heroes that are just not the classic winning condition. Most of the time the winning condition is Ghost. So I think one way to shut this down is to definitely shut down Alacrity would be good. But Ghost is also another.
They're pushing Circa, they're just bullying them. Now he got the smoke screen, and everything was just perfectly used. Their items, their skills, everything. Galaxy Racer really on point there. But okay, I mean, draft is one thing, right? And I feel like getting yourself into an edge, 55, 45, whatever it is, 60-40 is, probably ideal, but there's no real matchup like that. But just getting them in a good situation where that could happen. Now, maybe do you maybe look to rotate mid a little bit more? Do you look to support? Like, there's got to be more than just the draft, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely always the gameplay that can support you. no matter how your draft is. And yeah, I would say, you know, pressuring Alacrity early game would be better because this game so far, Alacrity, he's one-on-one at the mid lane against Bob most of the time, and he has been putting a lot of pressure just by his own, and there was no help coming from Wise. More like the heroes are not meant to help the mid lane. You know, you have A and DK. What are they going to do when it comes to mid lane? So once again, it goes back to the draft. It's all
Okay.
It's so hard to just tell you what can you do because their heroes are just not meant to do that. And even if you force the A and DK to be at the mid, but wait,
and they got forced in. They've got Alacrity, and they were gonna pop him. Reaper Sight, that's the Aegis, so they got something out of this. He's gonna be back in 3 seconds, and he just blinks back. Meteor Hammer's gonna just zone him out, and Alacrity's gonna be healed back up to full. The GG branches are being thrown down by Destris. Glyph is gonna be used, and they're looking to siege this one. Oh, but the hook forward. They caught out Samuel. He's by himself though. Alacrity's looking to fight this one. KYXY blinks forward as well. The Vessel, Ghost is out here. The smoke screen, Force Staff, and the tricks of the trade. And they found Samuel. They got something. And Ryu's looking to just keep himself alive. He's in deny range. If they want to deny him, Zenki doesn't really care. He's going to go for Ghost. Ghost blinks back away. And Ryu does die in the end, as well as Ember and Zenki. And it looks like this is looking bad. Circuit's killed as well. And that's going to be a team wipe, going the way of Galaxy Racer, and GG's have been called. 30 minutes.
It's just a very clean game for Galaxy Racer. You know, the mindset is clear. Everyone has everyone is on the same page. They knows that once they hit their items timing, they can start punishing Wise Esports. Every single time Cirque, when he wants to do the split push, he's just getting punished. And you know, it seems like the star is Alacrity, but I would like to say Adam on the Clover, he did a lot as well, as well as Destroys. They were always on point in catching out the split pushing anti-mage, and then the damage is just always there. Ghost or Alacrity is always there as well. I'll just say that well drafted from the side of Galaxy Racer and well executed as well.
Yeah, I mean the only thing is that Clockwork died twice, like, you know, twice more than, you know, I mean, that's the only thing I can hold on. I mean, that's definitely something they can think about, right? Everyone else died once, but just him. But we're going to go into a quick little highlight. And this is going to be where the chat event is going on. So we're going to go into this real quick. This is the T1 mid. This is where DK was just trying to walk up into all of them, was not able to do that. And they just like completely turned this around. This is kind of where the game really went downhill, I would say. But they get it, and then you can see the chat on the side. It's going to say, let's do it. That's going to be your chant, and we're going to announce the winner, who's the one that found it. And it's going to be Jesus Jacla Jr. Jesus, wow, Jesus. All right, well, congratulations. I don't know, you know. All right, so congratulations to you. We'll find out how to get you Dota 2 hats, but it's just weird giving Jesus Dota 2 hats. But nonetheless, that's going to be the first game here. We're going to go into the second game soon. We're going to take a quick little break. We'll be right back.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Master Kokan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020, iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan C Multi Games Esports 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan tournament terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya, kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Ketika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini. Dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini. Dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan This is Passion! Peace!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม Esports ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนเจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Gevani, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19 banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah, tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, This is passion. Jadi buat teman-teman semua jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
Hello and welcome back to Top Clans 2020 Dota 2 SCA Invitational. I'm Holler, this is Arthur. And we just saw that first game between Vice Esports and Galaxy Racer. We kind of saw it was a little bit of a draft issue. Now, going into this one, do we need to just start attacking Alacrity in the draft?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I think that Alacrity is just too important of a piece for Galaxy Racer. He's just like the motor of the team, you know. Everything just kickstarts around Alacrity. No matter what other heroes that he is on, he's always the one making sure that, you know, if you shut down Alacrity, you take I would say you take almost half of Galaxy Racers away from him. So yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
All right, so we're going to attack him. And before we attack him in the draft, let's give a shout out to our partners in EGG Network, AIS Play, Kumu, Lazada Live, and Lazada Live, Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, TikTok, and production is, of course, by InfoFed and Ancient Galaxy. A big shout out to them for all of them, because without them, we would not have had this Top Clans 2020. But yeah, okay, another thing is that, like, if you're going to tackle Alacrity, like there has to be rotations as well. I felt like Alacrity was just kind of left to do his own thing, and especially on a hero like TA, you're just able to farm like to his heart's delight, so to speak. And he was just got Deso at what 11 minutes or something like that. Like he was having a great game.
Yeah, I would say for you to do that, first of all, you need to pick heroes that can actually put pressure on the map early on. Something like Clockwork Tiny would be those heroes. You know, even a Spirit as well. I know the fact that Samuel, he plays a very good spirit, so that could be one of the heroes that you should be looking for. I think when you are playing against a much better teams, right, it's better to be more aggressive than to be defensive, because once you commit to a very defensive lineup, then there's just nothing much you can do other than reacting to the better team, and that's obviously not the best way into approaching the game.
And we've seen Cirque with a lot of AM picks. Shouldn't he be picking something a little bit more meta?
Yeah, I would say so too. I think the Terrorblade, Sven, Faces Void, these are the... I'm sure Cirque are more than capable of playing these heroes as well. So, yeah, I'll say yes. Anti-Mage also, like, I believe he's 0-2 or 0-3 with Anti-Mage in this tournament, so might not be a very confident stat to be looking at as well. So yeah, I'm also looking forward to some other heroes by Cirque. I know the fact that he plays a very well Ursa as well. So maybe if they want to go YOLO, want to just keep fighting, Ursa could be a pick.
I mean, this is it. This is going to be their last game no matter what, at least in Top Clans 2020. So you probably want to go out with a bang. You probably want to take the tempo there. And the last lineup that they drafted seemed to be a very defensive one and very reactive to that lineup. So for me, I would want to change things up. I know that, Galaxy Racer, if they're going to be played into it and they're allowed to take the initiative on their own, they're going to take advantage of that. And Vice Esports needs to realize this. They need to change up something.
Yeah, definitely need to change up some things. We saw something new at the previous game, DKAA. Yeah, it was new. The idea is interesting, but not enough to clinch them a victory. Maybe you would want to look at something more meta, Clockwork +1. But at the meanwhile, Galaxy Razor, they opened themselves a very solid duo too. Sapphire plus a Tusk. You could pick Snap. You could put Snap at the 2-3-4 of even 5, and Tuska will always be a very reliable 4 or 5 too. So not only that these two heroes have a lot of synergies, but also a lot of flexibility.
There was I think it was Thompson that did the more recent Snapfire mid where he was going, like, he ended up getting 2 Daedalus. I mean, he got Ags, 2 Daedalus, and then 2 Divine Rapiers to end the game. Like, he was like a machine gun. It was insane, just the amount of play. Like, I don't know. I mean, Thompson obviously does, like, he innovates. He's constantly creative with what he's trying to do and, like, doing stuff like that. Like, I mean, not to say the Snapfire mid is a new thing, but the fact that, like, he's gone and turned it into, like, this right-clicking build is just crazy what Thompson can do.
Yeah, I mean, Thompson is always, he's like the scientist in Dota, He's always inventing, creating, figuring out new stuff to break the game or to break a hero. Yeah, it's just fun to see Thompson play. And I feel like Southeast Asia, though, we don't have that kind of creativity or innovative in this region. It's more like, all right, we see something new and then we see some other guy achieving stuff with this new build, and then we'll think to ourselves, all right, it might worth my time to learn it. But before seeing that happen, before seeing that becoming a successful one, we would more of the time just deny the idea, because in Southeast Asia, I'm sure all of us that play pubs have come into this experience before. If you pick something new, let's say you pick Silencer as a post tree, people will just straight out report you. They will not. Sometimes people will just not play the game. They're like saying, "What, Silencer 3? No way! Why are you ruining the game?" Things like that.
Yeah.
It's
like it's weird because, like, Thompson plays in, like, the Europe servers and all that. It's just like, do they not report out there? Like, if you see something this is crazy and then there's, like, completely building out, like, if we saw that in SCA, 100% they would give up or they would report this guy right away. Like, it's just going to happen, right? Like, this guy's going, like, some crazy build or whatever, not even giving him a chance. But it seems like Thompson's kind of, like, now he's, like, notorious for this kind of stuff, and he gets away with it because, I mean, he's got 2 TIs under his belt. So he kind of, like, people are going to respect what he does. But there was a phase where even before he was famous or he was, like, this OG player, like, he was doing crazy stuff. And so, like, is it an SCA thing? Is it a Europe thing where, like, they're just kind of okay with this kind of stuff? Or, like, what's the deal? What's your thoughts on this?
I would say it's a cultural difference. It's just, I asked this particular question to Adam before, because Adam obviously he played in Europe, he played in NA, even China. So he's one of the players that play in a lot of the region except for CIS. So I asked him what's the difference, and he says that Europe people and NA people, they are just more open to trying new stuff. And when they look at new ideas, the first impression of them is not to deny it. They appreciate new ideas, and they'll try to think, okay, what are the ways that I can make this hero work? And in SEA is very MMR driven. Everybody's MMR oriented and MMR driven. All they think about is, all right, we are all only allowed to play the best hero and the proven heroes, proven build to get MMR. That's the thing. We play pops to get MMR, but in Europe or NA, they play pops to improve, to find out new ideas. I think this is one of the reasons why SEA is always the follower of a meta. We are never the creator of a certain meta. We are always just following. And for us to finally win a TI for SEA, I think something has to be changed, and these are the things that we should be looking into.
Okay, interesting. All right. So I think that it's interesting seeing somebody who's kind of gone up the ranks in SEA and kind of seen it, from the beginning in that sense. So like it's weird because I didn't always play in SEA, and I've kind of played in other regions as well. So for me, I'm happy to see SEA play on these servers because of the fact that there's that never give up. That mentality that you see in the other servers, like that's always there. Yes, language is always going to be a problem. Yes, people are going to be, enraged and that's everything and like toxic all over the place. Like, I don't think that that's different no matter what region you're in. But in terms of creativity, most times I've seen that, yeah, you're right. In the sense that they look down upon it and they like instantly report, which is kind of like, you're forced to do this streamlined build. And like, it might be just like the Asian culture, where you're kind of like, you have a set, like curriculum for you, right? Like you got to stick to this, and then you're kind of, this is the way you study, this is the way you do things, and you're kind of just going through that. So again, you tell me what your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that's a very good way of putting it. It's how we grow up, right? It's the idea of us growing up. We always follow sets of rules. We are not too risk taking. We are a little bit conventional, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think all this, like how we grow up, this all contributes in how our region shape into a play style. But I do like the fact that you point out as well. We never give up. But obviously, never give up is a very good quality in winning games. But if you look at TIs, right? If you are thinking about winning TIs, every single team, they never give up as well. So what are the things that can let the Southeast Asia team stand out in the TI? I think this is something that we should be thinking about. And I think some teams are already doing it, which is to add another element into the team. For example, Fnatic, they gotten Zombie, right? The secret coach. So he brought in a lot of the new ideas from coaching Secret, from the experience of playing in NA and Europe. So they brought that into Fnatic, and then they just gel everything together. You have these qualities of SEA plus Europe plus NA, and this might be the formula for teams to eventually be transcend into something else.
All right. Okay. I mean, good insights there. Obviously throughout the entire time, we haven't really talked too much about this draft here, but just kind of hopping in. Galaxy Racer here, Snapfire probably looking to be a 3, Tusk 4, Chen 5, PL 1. Right?
Yeah, I think Galaxy Ranger just completely outdrafted once again. I'll say why. And this is not anything like bias. Okay. So Venomancer, Silencer, Clockwork, these heroes don't really inject too much they don't really output too much damage. Venomancer, yes, but very slow damage.
Yeah.
And then they have Chan and Snapfire, both heroes that can build lots of sustainable item, pipe, mecha, you name it, they will have it. So Snapfire and Chan, these two heroes, the amount of sustainability they build could 100% mitigate the damage coming out from Clockwork, Silencer, and Venomancer. And then you have the Juggernaut hoping to come in with extra burst damage with Omni Slash and Swift Slash. But Chen would just summon a bunch of summon units that tanked and share most of the damage from Omni Slash. And not to mention PL illusions as well. So damage is going to be the big issue for YC Sports here. And sustained is Galaxy's Razor's name of the draft here. Sustainability, saves, from Snapfire. Every single one have save, and also Void Spirit have the kind of elusiveness into this game. So I'll say it's tough for Voice Esports to want to do what they want, because I feel like they are heavily countered in the draft.
Yeah. And like they're trying to use like the silencer to counter Snapfire, but it's coming back to like this Veno. Like, does this really? I don't see how he synergizes well with like a clockwork silencer. Like, yeah, you hook in, you get the cogs, and then it's like what, he walks up and then he just kind of poison novas everything, and then you slowly, like, for me it tends to be like, I want a lot of utility, a lot of strength, a lot of tankier guys that are just kind of sticking together so that we just outlast them and we let Veno do his damage, right? But if you're forcing it kind of into this lineup where you have like a mixed bag, right? You have the silencer, you have like, the Juggernaut, who could potentially just burst you, but then you have like this Veno guy who kind of is that slow burn, right? And I'm kind of not liking the way Vice has drafted this.
All right, so it seems like we were talking about the silencer post trade, right? Andrew, and we have it. Yeah, Andrew, and it seems like this is a silencer clockwork lane. I like this much better than the Venom as a clockwork, because obviously PL is just great against the clockwork. You can always just double get out of clock, and silencer I can see Silencer doing some decent harassment to PL. And then bottom lane, you have Venomancer and Juggernaut as well. Should have a little bit of killing potential there too. But yeah, speaking about the mid game, I would say, I feel like once again, Galaxy Razor have all the answers for the YC Sports heroes of what they want to do, their game plan. And at one point, Galaxy Razor are just going to stick as 5 and run down, and they'll outlift, out-sustain YC Sport, and they'll just win the engagements.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So Alacrity on his Void Spirit. He's going to make high mobility plays and all that. But Void Spirit against Shadow Fiend, who do you give the edge to?
Oh, definitely Shadow Fiend. I think this is this time around they utilize their last pick pretty well. They have SF against Void Spirit. This should give Bobs a much better mid game, or at least early game to start with. But Alacrity, he's one of the mid players that don't really care about the outcome of the lane phase. This is the specialty of Alacrity. No matter how bad his lane goes, he'll be able to make something happen with his resources elsewhere. So yeah, I feel like Bob, he needs to, with the amount of advantage he managed to gather or establish, he has to make it useful in either taking the tower or making rotations at the side lanes.
Okay. All right. All right. So Destrus here, just kind of going in. By the way, I love that Tusk skin. But KYXY slowly making his way top, and then you see Ghost in the bottom lane. This BL could potentially be an issue, right? Like, I feel like it. Yeah. Just kind of hard counters the jugs and stuff. But go on.
I don't know what is Venomancer, Clockwork, and Silencer going to do about this. None of them have the hard lockdown or silence or anything like that. Root, nothing to bring down this PL. And also note that Ghost is master tier on PL as well. So it shows that this guy is super familiar with his heroes. He knows his counters. He knows the way of playing against all these heroes as well. So I can see how PL just completely take over this game. Meanwhile, Samuel is doing a lot of harassment on 343 here.
He's getting a lot of assault and battery, but he hasn't got a single right click yet. But I mean, he did about half life to 343, and he's just like under tower, trying to a little bit of skirmish there. So Chen not starting great.
Yeah, not at all. But it's okay. He has the regen, he has the Hadris as well. Should be able to fill up to full when he walks back to the tower. So that should be fine. Just a little bit of dominance asserted by Samuel there. But looking at this mid lane, is definitely the lane that we should always lay our eyes on. Alacrity already have the magic stick because he knows that SF is just gonna be spamming him races. And very good reward by Zenki.
And this is something that you can do when you get a lot of insights, just watching replays and whatnot, because they tend to place their ward in the same spot. So you kind of know roughly where they're going to place it. So just a really nice heads-up play by Zenki there, just making sure he gets it. Samuel getting to some tower shots on him. And man, 343, like, the Chen with like a Tango, 13.6 health regen. That's crazy at this stage. Is he the Ogre?
I mean, oh, Curry's dead. Okay.
Just pulling little tangos, but he's looking to cut creep. 3-4-3, trying to go for the body block, but Samuel a little bit too fast. He's going to try to do this with the creep, try to pull it back.
He will be able to do it.
Oh, get a couple. Okay, that's smart. Wow, okay, so 3-4-3. Making sure that he doesn't let the entire creep wave go down to him.
Yeah, a little bit mistake by Samuel there. The correct way of doing this should be you want to pull the creep wave and then you want to put it across the big camp as well. So you blocked both camp at once. And unfortunately, he didn't do that. He went vertical. That's why the big camp spawned and 3-4-3 was managed to counterplay that. So well played to 3-4-3. And that was a big deal as well because he pulled back one creep plus a range creep too. So the range creep is the biggest matter, of course.
Yeah. KYXY has to just TP back. Just got Galed there and just kind of... I mean, that spin, the Gale combo just right on top of you, it's going to be a lot of damage. So you got to be a little bit careful. So this is kind of like the power of the Veno Zenki 5 here.
But when Destroys hit level 5, he should be much better because he can always counterplay the Blade Fury with the Snowball. So until that point, KYXY should feel much safer to stay in the lane. And mid lane, looking at the CS, interestingly, Alacrity is leading on the CS chart. 9-2 versus 8-3. That's not bad at all.
That was, yeah, like you would think that the SF would just kind of snowball this, right? And just kind of, because those raises do a lot of damage, especially early. But Alacrity just, you know, he's no stranger to this matchup. Oh, he even dissimulates away. Nice little dodge there. And he's got a bottle, so he's just got the regen. But in terms of levels, he's a little bit behind. But with this creep wave, he should hit level 4 very quickly. But yeah, you don't want to give up first blood here. Snapfire with 13-3 last hits. KYXY having a good start.
Yeah, and Watchbreak is already starting to max out the Dissimulate because he knows that he needs the Dissimulate damage to push out the lanes. Oh, Alacrity trying to be... Another dodge.
Yeah. Oh, but there we go. KYXY ends up getting the first blood on Cirque there. Just a little... I mean, it's hard to manage sometimes because that Tusk Destress can just come out of nowhere and just ensure that, you know, with tag team, the slow and everything, you're just going to have a rough time against KYXY.
Yeah, especially he used his Blade Fury before, right? So the downtime of your Blade Fury, you know that KYXY and Destroy is going to walk onto you and harass you, so Sir has to be really careful. You also don't want to be losing a winning lane as well. That's very scary because there it just go everything just completely go against your own plan if you lose a winning lane.
Like PL started strong. I mean, he's still 15-0, not bad, but 18-8 by Silencer there. So the denies that he's been getting has been really on point. So he's been very strong, and like I don't want to be seeing Silencer off lanes in my pubs. So I'm hoping that they lose just for that sake. But Alacrity getting a little low. He stole the DD, dissimulate to the high ground. Oh, he dissimulates away the Remnant. Oh, he gets so low, and the Shards is going to save up. At least for now, the Assault Battery is actually slowing him down. The Cogs just pushes him back and does get the kill. So Samuel ends up getting that. So a really nice play there.
Yeah, nice rotation. This is the punishment we mentioned, right? During the pre-draft, you said that you need to tackle Alacrity, don't give him such a good lane, don't give him so much good time, and this is definitely what Wise has to do, but I do feel like they have to do this more. They have to pick up the pace and just keep doing this. KYXY meanwhile at the top lane, he's left alone. Tusk is not here, so but he can always just TP out.
Yeah, Zeki's looking for him. He places a ward though, and so they found him, and they're just gonna look the TP away. But yeah, unfortunately, like this is the thing where you got caught out, but they don't really have any stuns to deal with you. Yeah, they got the damage and the slows, but that's pretty much it.
Ooh, 3-4-3 with the 2 Mark Golems.
It's got a couple, but all right. Enryu back in the lane in terms of... So Bob is in the mid lane. He's got his bottle. He should be fine. He's still tops in terms of last hitting. So he is kind of pulling out ahead. Obviously, getting that kill was definitely helpful in Bob just kind of pushing forward and getting that farm. But Alacrity's been out of the lane. Is that the smart thing?
Yeah, he needs at least level 6 to get out of the lane though. He has level 3. Yeah, level 3 on Dissimulate. That's going to help him clear jungle stacks or clear the mid lane stacks very, very well. One thing for sure is that he does not want to lane SF anymore in the mid lane. Because that's just gonna burn all this regeneration away. So he's desperately looking for 6 here, and then he will just move away.
Oh, he tried to fake it out, but he just kind of pump faked it. Bob and Alacrity, they're going at this one. He went under tower. He took one tower shot and a raise. And a little bit of a misplay by Alacrity there. Destrus is there. They get the courier. And Zenki is just going to kind of haste away. But a TP
Classic, classic Alacrity. Sometimes he just loves to do this like super ballsy move to challenge his opponent. And I would say 30% of the time, he will get backfired and he'll get punished. And this is the 30%. Very nice raise by Bob though. Yeah, this is how you want to use the last pick. And Bob is definitely already showing that the reason for the counter pick. Oh, Cirque losing the a little bit miss micro on the healing ward. 375 go for KY.
I mean, if Alacrity didn't go under tower, he took one tower shot. If that didn't happen, he gets away. So it's just a matter of like a slight misstep. And it's okay to be aggressive. You need to do something against this SF, but just stepping into the tower range, that was his downfall right there. So, but he's level 6 now. So, it opens up Astral Step. So you have a little bit more maneuverability. The Chen here is looking to try to find this, but he's only level 3. Is that a concern?
Yeah, I would say 3/3 he... Oh, wait. Zenki.
Snowball. The shards is in a nice spot. They got the remnant to taunt him back in, but he was going to go that direction anyways. And the pulse is there. Electra's going to secure that kill. 3-4-3, though, that does get killed by Bob. Samuel's here. He's got Assault Battery. Cogs pushes back Alacrity. And they found Destrus, and they're trying to go on him. Bob is now here as well. The raise is going to actually miss. The dissimulate, the snowball forward has been slowed in. He picks him up. The silence has been used, and they end up killing Tusk. They got Destrus down. Bob is looking to just channel his Requiem. He does get him. And the fear and the raise, Bob ends up getting another kill.
Yeah, very well played by Bob. All the raises were just all on point, but I'm not sure what happened because I haven't seen any stuns coming up from Map Golems. And also, they just played too long. Like, this fight just went too long for Galaxy Razor. They needed to burst down SF, but they played too long until SF had all the races off cooldown again, and then just raising on them that just did too much damage. And you talk about the chance level, definitely a concern because he has been playing very selflessly. He has been looking to do a lot of rotations, but unfortunately those has been not successful. If this was a Puppy Chen, you'll see that Chen would just be in the jungle and soaking up all the leftover resources.
Yeah,
maybe that's the most efficient way of playing Chen, just to ensure your mecha timing to be at around 10 minutes.
Like, I feel like he should be, if anything, he would probably be pushing. But I mean, this is a very different game from the last game where Alacrity was just snowballing and everything. But if they had like Chen last game, I mean, the game would have been over a lot sooner because Chen's army just kind of tanks everything and they just push forward. But this game with Vice kind of having a slight edge, I mean, net worth is a lead and the kills and all that, so they're kind of in a better spot here. But Chen is definitely not one of those heroes where you want to be behind. How do you kind of fix this? What do you need to do as Galaxy Racers?
Well, I think you need to play to a strong point now. Alacrity definitely he needs space to recover. So you have the PL and the Snapfire to start off with a very good lane. So I think you want to play to them, or maybe have them to play to you. You want to make sure of the Moriba Kisses could make use of something from that. I'll say KOXY needs to step up in this game so that Alacrity has a partner to play with to get kills with.
The Cogs, Remnant, and the Shards forward. Samuel, they got him locked in. Thought he was trapped in with his own Cogs, but no, the Shards are there and the Dissimulate will end up securing that kill. Nice little rotation by Destrus there. Oh, they got the silence on Alacrity. Dissimulate. Back a little bit, but he's been slowed. And they have 3 heroes from Vice in that general area. And Bob is, well, he technically, in terms of like net worth, he is tops. He's just got, he's going to be building Yules into Blink. Are you okay with this build order?
Yeah, should be fine because there's just, except for the Warrior's Cake, there's nothing that can cancel the use. I mean the BKB use. So and it's definitely a very good choice of punishing Alacrity. War Spirit without the use would just die to the combo. Just that Bob, he has to snowball with this. He has to make sure that there's no room for arrow.
All 5 heroes are mid into the Astral Step. The Remnant was there. The Silence is going to cut off the Mortimer Kisses, but Alacrity is getting a little bit low, and Cirque's Courier dies of all things. But they have all 5 heroes mid. That is from Vice, that is. PL is actually coming in as well. They're trying to do something, but there's just too many wards, and this T1 is slowly getting whittled down. The Silencer is there, and I mean, yeah, they've committed a lot in terms of global silence and all that stuff, but man, with all 5 heroes here, Alacrity one other time just jumps in. He's trying to at least dissuade them from going mid, and that should do it, but with Bob getting very low.
Yeah, good 5-man rotation coming out from Bob. From Wise. I love seeing teams just grouping up as 5 to take down objective, especially the most important objective, which is the tier 1. So yeah, definitely opens up a lot of space for them to farm or to keep being aggressive. I think this is definitely the first step for them to start their snowball off. But if you look at the Never chart, PL himself is doing very well. Ghost is being very patient this all the game. He's always, not joining team fights where he knows that he couldn't win. He always joins.
Wait, Hook misses. The Yules doesn't though, and they've got the Cogs and the Requiem, but they're both stuck in there. Ghost very fires. He's trying to doppelgang away. He's kind of obvious as to which one is the real one. He rushes forward, the Phantom Rush, but the raise is there, and Bob will secure that kill. That's a mega kill. The shards. Yeah, they've got Samuel, but man, he's a little tanky. The tag team is going to just slow him down a little bit. The Walrus Punch is going to be used. Snapfire Cookie's going to push him away. The Cogs is in the back spot, but he's right in between. The Snowball's being charged up, and they should find him, and they get a return kill. But Ghost for Destrus, I'll take Ghost any day of the week.
Any day, yep. And all of a sudden, SF just overtook PL on the Never chart by 200. That's quite a big margin as well. And that was a very good use appearance for Shadowfade, getting the biggest kill in this game. Definitely worth it. Alacrity, look at the difference between their net worth. It's starting to show that SF, the effectiveness of using the SF to counter the War Spirit is already there. And Silencer should be an X factor here. The global silence every single time pretty on point on stopping the multiple cases, and now he's getting the false stuff as well. So this is going to help a lot for anyone that's getting trapped by the ice shot.
All right, PL started with first item Midas. Like usually you go Diffusal first, no?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to not fight. He's just trying to dodge the fight because he knows that early game with the fear of Wrecking Missile, Wrecking Missile, and then also the global silence, that can really backfire if he decides to join the fight. So might as well just get the Midas and keep farming because they know that at the late game, I think they have a much better chance doing the late game. At least this is what Ghost is thinking.
Yeah. No, I mean, it makes sense because they realize that, like, if you're looking at Vice and their push potential, yeah, you have the Veno and the wards and stuff like that, and they can do a lot of damage with that, but everyone else is kind of like, they still need to get some farm, so late game is definitely going to be in play, right? And so he has time. He's not rushed to get into a fight now mode. It's just more of like I can fight later mode.
Yep, definitely. Also, if you look at SF, his build is for the early game. Use Scepter, Blink Dagger, these are all for the early burst. It's not exactly going for the late game build. So, and also Abyssal Blade at the late game could just cancel out this Requiem combo as well. And I like this move coming from Galaxy Razor. They know that everyone on Wise is just at the bottom side. That's why they group up for the quick mid lane push and then immediately disengage to the other side. So this smoke coming out from Wise is not going to find anything. Very good read coming out from Galaxy Razor.
And this is why it's super important. And okay, Bob is just walking up and smoke has been broken and he's going right to the high ground, but it's a trap. And they got the Walrus Punch, the Centaur as well. Bob thought he was fine, but the Snowball and the Mortimer Kisses. Samuel is trying to cogs in, but he's a little too late and he will die here. The Scatter Blast is going to kill him. The TP, the cookie there, and will stop the Silencer from TPing away. And it was a trap. This is why you can't go smoking up to the high ground blind. You need some sort of vision.
Something to take note of is that, did you realize how Adam was trying to use the Mud Golem to break the smoke or to identify the smoke? He was having the Mud Golem patrolling at the entrance, and if at one moment the Mud Golem is slightly blocked by something, you will know that someone is smoking in, because they blocked the Mark So that was such a brilliant play. The first time I saw this was Wiha using using the same trick with the illusion rune.
Right? Yeah.
Yes, Wind Ranger. Yep. And this is once again, Adam Shah is just on fire with this team. You know.
Yeah.
I feel like all these little plays just tells you how good are they as to have a form. To be able to pull out these small details to make it shows that you have a very clear mind going into the game and just I'm just beautiful Dota to watch, to be honest.
Yeah. And this is the brilliance of Dota, right? It's like real life in the sense that, like, how do you get better in life in Dota? It's not like all these monster things that you need to change in your life. It's just more of like the little things that you need to do, and then it'll just incrementally make you just bring you to that next level, so to speak.
Yeah, it's all about the details, right? Like what Kobe Bryant always says, he always look in the details, and this is how you improve your life. Every day you just need to fix maybe one thing, or just maybe 50% of one thing. Just look for the minor improvement every single day, and throughout the time you realize that you become such a better person just by fixing every single thing, every day by day. Of course, it's easier to say than done. But if you want to put ourselves much better than someone else, we have to take that kind of effort to do that.
Yeah, and another thing, like, even when you're playing Dota, this is why the whole blaming thing doesn't get you anywhere, right? Because you're probably never going to play with those pubs again, right? So what can you do in terms of improving your MMR and improving your own Dota play is to kind of really be critical about your own play. Were you 100% mistake-free? I highly doubt that in any game of Dota. You did something wrong. You didn't rotate quick enough. You didn't pick up an item. You didn't farm. Whatever it is, there are billions of things that you can do better, and that's what can make you a better Dota player as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, that's the saying. Like, I think all of us at one point we say something like, no matter how hard I try, every single game there's just throwers. But that's not true.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are 50-50 games that we could get a win. We just didn't close it out. And at the same time,
yeah, he went super deep, but he was trying to find him. Oh, he just barely gets out. I thought he was going to die there, but without Destrus coming to his rescue, they did end up securing that kill on Zenki there. But yes, I agree 100% with what you just said.
Yeah, and I was told something very wise by someone that is more experienced than me back then. That he's like saying, all right, let's say there's 50% of the game that is very even most of the time. Those are the games that you should win. Another 20% would be those that are just unwinnable, that you just run into bad players. But okay, let's hold that to later. Alacrity.
Step. Oh, the hook shot's not going to connect. The Remnant pulls him back in. And they've got the heal just in case. Hand of God was committed for this, though. Cirque, though, does have a DD if they want to go, but I don't think they do. I mean, they got Destrus, and that they traded that for Samuel, though.
Yeah, I also this is a fine trade for Wise, given that they are 4K. They're 4K behind. It's good for them to have any trades. And I like the fact that they put Aegis on What Spirit. So that What Spirit, he could do what he wanted to do, be aggressive, and still have the extra room for arrow. Because he has one more life. So I like that. And PL is not looking to join in the team fights soon. So it's fine to not have the Aegis on him. He just continue to play safe, continue to split push, wait for his next item to be up until he feels confident enough to join the fight. But BKB is also being picked up by SF, so he wasn't going for the daggers first, went for BKB instead because he knows that he has to join this big team fight soon, and BKB is a necessary item for that.
Oh, Samuel's been taunted. He's been caught out again, but the Yules, they got him. Bob is there, and but the defensive Yules will actually keep him alive. Alacrity with the outplay, dissimulate, probably forward. Okay, he's gonna go for this. Nope, he's been silenced here. He's gonna look to dive under the tower, but with the Mortimer Kisses giving covering fire, he gets a little low. Age is gonna be popped here. And have they gone a little too far? 3-4-3, he's just like brings in Ghost, and Zenki's gonna get run up on by Ghost here. He doppelgangs and he gets him. And the Poison Nova is going to slow him down, but that's pretty much it. They're going to back up. Some of Chen's army is going to get killed here, but they need to back up and focus on this T2, I would think. TPs are coming. He's got one more. Samuel's here. Oh, the hook forward they found. 3-4-3. They got something out of this. Silencer gets a little bit smarter. They're going to find the Snapfire here. KY Xbox has been used, and they do get another one. So Silencer just kind of racking up that intel there.
Yeah, nice play by Samuel with the clockwork hook, pretty on point there. But overall should be that's good punishment coming out from wise, but I wouldn't say that is game changing or momentum changing. I feel like PL is he still needs to be punished on a PL because he's going for even though he went for Midas, but this Manta style plus diffuser blade timing was still pretty on track. So it's just like he didn't have the Midas, you know. So I'll definitely say PL still looking at a very unstoppable force. I want to see Cirque pumping in more impact into this game because all we have been seeing now is a Silencer, Clover, and SF. We haven't seen too much from the Juggernaut yet.
He's been just happily farming. But okay, we were talking about the 50-20-20 2010 ratio that please continue with that thought.
Yeah, so 50% of the games should be pretty even, and those are the games that you should be trying your best to win. And then another 20% is the unwinnable games. So it left 30%. 3% are the games that you will most of the time be behind, and those are the tough games. And if you win those games, those are the games that will help you improve. So I would say in total there will be 7% of total games that is very winnable, and those are the games that you need to win to improve. And you just need to ignore the 20% of the unwinnable games and not focus on them, because those are just depressing to think about it.
Yeah. Okay. Astral Step, Yules, they found Bob, and they're going to look to fight this. The Remnant pulls him back, but he's not. He's only at half-life. Mortimer Kisses is now going to be used. He's got him right into the shards, and the Cogs is actually blocking him in. He had to BKB. He's going to channel the Requiem. He gets the Yules, and Bob is so low. He does get it off, and the Fear is there. He's going to buy a little bit of space and farm. The Remnant, though, ends up catching Samuel. Zenki gets a little low, and here is the Omni Slash. It's being tanked up by Destrus. It's been Yules. The snowball forward. They want Zenki. They got him sharded in the spin. Cirque is just trying to run back into his base, into the tag team, and the Remnant throws him back, and he goes down as well. 3-0 so far. Really nice team fight by Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, this is why we say in the draft this is gonna be a tough Juggernaut game, because Omni Slash, once again, none fractured at all. It got countered by the snowball, got countered by the use. That was just very, very tough Juggernaut game to pull out. You know, when Juggernaut couldn't do anything with the Omni Slash, you know that this is for sure a very hard game for Juggernaut to carry. Because Juggernaut is basically, he's not the best hero when he was not having Omni Slash, you know. He's just tough, and PL, of course, I'll always pick PL over Juggernaut.
And like Juggernaut, like here, I mean, Battle Fear is one thing to help farm, to kind of deal with the illusions and all that, but he went S and Y, and then now it looks like he's going to go Maelstrom. Is that order correct in terms of his itemization?
Wait. He went for S and Y first, not for Fury.
He has S and Y right now.
Ah, I see. I'm not sure about this because he has been idle for quite a while, right? I thought he was fresh farming with the Fury.
He has Fury. He has Fury. But I'm just saying he has S and Y next. He has Fury, S and Y, and he's going to go Maelstrom next.
I'm not sure if S and Y is the best item, but he probably thinks that he needs the S and Y to participate in the fight. But being tanky and whatnot, it doesn't help with killing heroes, you know? I think Juggernaut, his main concern here should be, how can I kill heroes? And I think Aghanim should be something that you should be considered on Juggernaut, because Omni Slash is going to be countered most of the time, so you could actually use a Swift Slash to bait out the use, to bait out the snowball, and then when everything is out, and that's when you can use your Omni Slash to kill heroes. So at one point he would be considering X, but I'm just concerned about the orders. I don't think this SMY is going to help a lot.
Yeah, I was thinking Ags, but I think his thought process was, you know, there's too many illusions, right? There's no way. I just need to out-sustain. I need to sustain the illusion army, so to speak. But I feel like, you know, because if you're going Ags and you're going Swift Slash, you need to kind of you need to micro a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like there's definitely more. It's definitely a harder build as opposed to S and Y, where it's like you go in, you hope for the best, and that's pretty much it. You can't really, you know, outthink it, so to speak. So you know, I'm trying to put logic where, you know, again, I don't know what he's 100% thinking, but maybe that's one way of thinking about it.
Yeah, there could definitely be one way of thinking. Just that we are debating here which is the better way, but also I kind of understand as well. You don't want to just rush for Fury plus Aghanims, because you wouldn't have a lot of stats, and then you wouldn't deal an insane amount of damage as well. It's just tough, you know. It feels like no matter what item sequence that you go for, you're still heavily countered. That's the problem.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. But Juggernaut, I mean, he's pretty much buying out here. Yes, he's farming. Yes, he's doing that. But he's pretty much going with, I'm just buying out all these items. I'm getting Maelstrom up ready, but I don't have buyback. Is that a concern?
It's definitely a concern knowing that, you know, they have an AG Snare now and buyback immediately from Randomizer. They want to fight.
They know Roche is going to be the next big target. I mean, they see him. But he just bought back Zenki, probably not the one you'll fall in a fight, and that's a dieback. He literally threw his Gale out and one ward, and he gets killed. The Mortimer Kiss, the Gobble is going to be there, and they get Silencer as well. And Samuel's trying to survive, but the Cogs, he forces to the high ground. He's going to TP away, and he does get away just barely. But man, you lost 2. That's a dieback already. Cirque is going to TP back as well. But this is just an easy Roche, right, for GXR?
Yep, you talk about buying out at this moment of the game, knowing that Roshan is out anytime soon. But also for Juggernaut, if he doesn't buy it out, if he left, 1.5k gold or 2k gold in his bank, he's not gonna translate that into any damage. But even if he does so, he wouldn't be able to put out a full Omni Slash either. Anyways. Oh, Samuel.
Yule's there, just keeping him alive for now, but the Chen army is actually doing a lot of work. The Hadouken was used, the Remnant's going to be a little bit out of range, and Samuel just barely gets out of there, but he loses his courier. Rip to the DHL driver there.
Yeah, so anyways, I think Juggernaut's intention here should be looking for, he should be looking at pick off now. I don't think his Omni Slash is going to do too much when it comes to team fight. You want to take small fights now, and you want to make sure that your Omni Slash is able to, just kill one guy, and that would be good enough. I think you want to pair with SF too. SF?
Bob and Destrus meet. They've got the Yules on Bob, and the defensive Yules. He's going to BKB him. And he's looking to charge up the Requiem, and no, but he gets bashed, and Bob can't even get the Requiem, and he does die. Oh, we got a problem. As Vice, that is.
What a nice play coming out from Disrise. He was just hanging around, cowering Ghost, knowing that at one point SF is going to look to punish the side lanes. And speaking about punishing bottom lane, Alacrity seems like he's in a little of trouble.
Yeah, he should be fine. There's no real lockdown from bottom. I mean, maybe you get the Cogs, you got the Juggernaut in between, but I mean, there's a little bit of a fight bottom, but Alacrity's just buying time, just creating space. He's going to get Yules here. Cogs pushes him back. The Hand of God is there. And Alacrity just kind of slowly walks forward, or try to walk back. Samuel's looking after him. The Remnant's going to pull him back, slow it down, and Alacrity just taunts away. And he just calls for Fiona. Oh, but he goes back in, dissimulate. And the ass will step away. He's just, look at this cheeky bastard. Alacrity trying to just stop it. The Remnant's not there. But Glyph is going to be used. Ghost is going to start sieging this T3 mid. And Ghost is a bit of an animal right now.
You might think that. I mean, this is just space coming out from One Spirit. He can always just getting recalled by the Chan and get back to the playing field immediately. And everything, all the pressure that Wise did to Alacrity doesn't mean anything, because he can always just be recalled to the team fight, and the lane will be fixed as well. So definitely PL here looking like a big boss. Like, how are you going to stop this PL with Abyssal Blade, Mental Stun, and Diffusal Blade? SF is not going to be the answer for this PL anymore. You need Juggernaut to step up now, but
yeah, he's a little behind in terms of levels. I mean, look at the net worth. He's 6k behind. This Ghost is just like another big item ahead. I mean, and he's got Aegis. Like, this is PL gaming. This is super annoying, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure how are you going to stop PL now, and unless PL does a big mistake.
Oh, the Abyssal. They're focusing on Zenki. Gets forced back twice. The spin from Cirque, it's been committed a little early. Mortimer Kiss is raining down on all of them right now, but Bob is now back in. He was just pushed out the top wave, but it really doesn't matter as they're focusing on this top T3 here. They get that with ease. Ghost doesn't care about these wards who are slowly shooting him. Raze is going to miss. He's going to doppelgang away. Now he's going to focus on the wards. The shots are focusing in, but they're not actually focusing on the same ranks. Okay, here we go. They're going to focus on the melee one, the top that is. But who's going to commit? Who needs to go? Astral Step. They found Bob. Walrus Punch. The hook. The global silence. And that should slow things down. But Samuel went in for that. Bob goes down as well. Insta buyback from Samuel. Ghost is on a triple kill and he wants more. He's fountain diving. Arcane Curse is not going to stop him, but the Cogs will. And Cirque has been sharded forward, and yeah, that's going to be pretty much it. He does have buyback if he wants to go, and he does want the rampage. Give him the rampage, sir! Just an ultra kill.
We did just
Alacrity
wait for Randall to
stolen.
come. Oh man, they're just stealing rampage from Ghost.
But 31 minutes. This is pretty much it. GXR. I don't know what the pause is there, but they're going to move ahead. And unfortunately, Vice Esports are out. And Galaxy Racer with a 2-0. Very clinical games.
Yeah, I would say well drafted, well executed. Wise, they look like a better team today than YC Esports. I mean, Galaxy Racer, they look like a better team today than YC Esports. So definitely feeling good. But still, though, they clinched 3 points from themselves. I think this put them at 5 points. Yeah. So I think it still depends on their faith. This still depends on what is the outcome of the next series. Because both Execration and Neon, they're sitting at 4 points. If a 2-0 happens, then Galaxy Racer will go through. If a 1-1 happens, I think there will be a 3-way tie.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to see the standings after how things are going, and then if we have a 3-way tie, we're gonna do tiebreakers. But I don't believe that we're gonna do those on stream. But just a very clinical game by Galaxy Racer Esports. We're gonna show a little bit of highlights in the terms of the mystery code and the chat that's going on. Okay, so here we go. This is in the river here. It's a little bit earlier in the game. This is when Tusk was tried to navigate through. Bob gets snowballed here, goes the long distance, brings Alacrity with him, but he gets killed. Bob with the double kill there, the Requiem that was channeled, and they end up killing Alacrity there, and they get a triple kill. And is triple kill baby, and there we go. That's the chat there. The last game, we had Jesus winning. Who's going to win this one? Let's find out. We're going to have that, and it's going to be JZK. JZK? Makakit Youth.
I swear this is the third time or fourth time I see this guy winning.
Oh really? Okay. So yeah, if you want to stop Jay-Z from winning, you need to participate, right? So if you're at home, you're tuning in, pay attention, just put it in the comments. It's the easiest thing in the world. And you just put that in, you can just win Dota 2 cosmetics. I mean, Jesus wants Dota 2 cosmetics, so you want Dota 2 cosmetics as well. We're going to take a bit of a break, and we're going to go into the next series, which is going to be Execration versus Neon Esports. That's going to come up. We're going to have a best of 2, and this is going to be the last series, at least in the group stages, and we'll have that one coming at you very, very soon. We'll be right back. My name is Holler, and this is Arthur.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi-game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya, passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19, banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah, tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, "This is passion." Jadi buat teman-teman semua, jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Toplands 2020. Toplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Toplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Toplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Toplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Toplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Toplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/toplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/toplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม Esports ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้เนยอยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Dota Khỉ, tên thật của mình là Phạm Hoàng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và Esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game NetE. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel, Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu Esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. với slogan This is passion, thổi bùng đam mê. Giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống đơ ca khỉ, được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi đơ ca khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thổi bùng đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng đơ ca khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Toplands 2020. Toplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Toplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Toplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Toplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Toplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Toplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/toplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/toplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
Hello and welcome back to Top Clan's 2020 Dota 2 SCA Invitational. My name is Holler and I'm with Arthur, and we just saw a great series in Galaxy Racer versus Vice Esports. Galaxy Racer now kind of needs to just hold off and just see exactly how Group B plays out with Execration Neon Esports. That's coming up right next. What are your thoughts on these two teams?
Should be a hell of a close one. Execration, Neon, these are the powerhouses in Philippines, especially right now at this moment where everything is so tricky. You know, TNC and Fnatic kind of fallen already, so should be a pretty nice one. But Execration have a little bit of roster changes going on. I think they swapped out two players. So I will say in terms of power dynamic, Neon should be on top of Execration by a little bit.
Yeah, this is a crazy one. I mean, if we're looking at Group B, Galaxy Racer with their just win over Vice Esports, they're pulled themselves to the top in terms of 5 points. But Execration and Neon Esports, both of these guys have 4 points apiece, meaning that if they tie, we're going to have a three-way tie. And so there's going to be tiebreakers that is going to be played right after this one. But yeah, we're going to find out who moves on, what's going on. Galaxy Racer probably just wants one of the two teams to go through. But Execration, with some of their roster changes, they let go of BDZ being replaced by Yaha, and Rickson is going to be playing in for Palos today. So that's going to be up. But Neon Esports is feeling really hot. They just won the PNXB Bet Invitational. I mean, this is a team that's kind of on fire right now, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Also, one thing to mention is that today's Playhard's birthday, so should have a lot of good luck going into this series. And yeah, momentum definitely is a big thing. They just won the past tournament. That should give them a lot of confidence going into this one, especially when your enemy is ongoing with some roster changes. This is where Execration will be at their weakest. And yeah, Neon, if they pull out a 2-0, then there will be no 3-way tie.
Yeah. So is it really an enemy? You know what I mean? Like in the SCA, come on, like we're all friends here, right? Like even my teammates that I play with in pubs, right? Even though they're my teammates, they're still, they're kind of like my enemy in a way.
Yeah, this is the perfect way to put it in. Most of the time, I feel like I am not only playing against my opponent, but I'm also playing against my teammate, because I need to also play the role of the nanny and make sure that, all right, everyone just chill, don't argue, we can win this. And that's, a lot of time most tiring, but let's not talk into that too much, because just digging out all the painful memories, man.
But sometimes when you're the nanny or whatever, like you're thinking, like you win the game and you're like, man, I deserve more than 20 or 30 MMR in that game. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like for like 45 minutes, I was just telling the position 1 and 2 to just calm down. You know what I mean? To just get along, right?
Exactly. Like sometimes, I don't play Mobile Legends at all. I don't play League at all. But I recall that they have some kind of system that if you lose, but if you perform really well, you kind of just decrease a little bit, instead of decreasing 30 MMR, let's say maybe you just decrease by 10 or 15. I hope that they have something like that, some mechanics like that in Dota someday. Just like when you did your job as a support, or you did your job as a core, but still your teammate threw the game for you. At least you don't get punished as hard as they do. I hope that one day we have forgiving mechanism like that in Dota.
Well, I mean, the way they've kind of done is they just had the behavior score, right? And do you think that that's actually enough to kind of, because when your behavior score tanks and you're stuck with like really crappy people of this world, you know what I mean? Like it becomes really painful to have a good game. So it actually kind of entices you to make sure that you're playing on your best behavior.
I mean, that's true. I mean, me myself, I've always been at the 10K or maybe 9.5K behavior score, but I mean, it's just like out of 10 games, there will be 3 to 4 that are full with angry people. They're not bad, they're just angry. They're super angry. Like one mistake from anyone, they'll just like, all right, I'm done.
I'm done. Yeah. The 100% they say that. I'm done. And they're like, what do you mean you're done? We're winning. We have like 10 more kills than them. We have like way more of a net worth. But they're like, no. That guy didn't TP when I was getting gone on. So I'm done.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Just the sad fact of Dota right now. I feel like it could be because of the pandemic as well, right? Everybody just stuck at home. Everybody play tons of Dota a day. That's why maybe there should be some time zone there that is most suitable for for Dota. For example, the worst time zone would be after past 12. That's the worst time for me personally. I kind of feel like at the afternoon, 2 to 5, that's the best time because most gamers, they wake up at 12 and then they eat something, eat their lunch, and then they go into their first game at 2 p.m. So 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Are the times that people are feeling the best. They are at the best of themselves and everyone is trying hard to win. And I tend to find a lot more success at those times than any other time zone. How about you? Do you feel this thing?
No, I do feel that thing. I think that like if you're seeing like past 7 p.m. to midnight or whatever, you get the weekday warriors. You know what I mean? The people that have just gotten off work and they just want to kind of like chill out and they just want to play. But I feel like those tend to be, they're not at the highest stakes. Like there are the types of like, you know what I mean? They're kind of like they're already angry. You know what I mean? Like they go in at times where they're just like they're like, oh, like this is my one game of the week that I get to play, and like here you are just sabotaging it because you didn't do X or what Y or whatever, right? And then after midnight, you get the drunk crew, like the people that are like clearly they should be sleeping. This is way past their pet time. They've turned into a pumpkin at this point because it's after midnight. You know, like you have those people, right? So in a way, I have found that the 2 to 5 they tend to be a little bit more serious and more they provide a little bit more effort in the game, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's what I felt as well. Exactly the same. I just want to emphasize again, okay, never play Dota after 12. It's just not only the drunken crowd, but also the tilting group. You cannot imagine how tilting it can be, you know, for people after 12 p.m. They're just like, they just don't care if they lose one more game, you know? Like they just don't care anymore. And even if they lose, they'll just instantly queue for another game. Because at that point, they have already lost their the right set of mind. They just want to keep playing for nothing because the tilting is kicking in and it's just so strong. Oh, I've done that before, you know, and that was the darkest time for myself, to be honest. Like Dota definitely brings out the darkest of me that I didn't even know that this kind of darkness is inside of me.
Yeah, like for me, like there are definitely times that I get visibly like upset, you know, like I'll be like, oh crap, that was terrible, you know, and stuff like that. But like, I'm not gonna go out of my way to aggressively attack somebody in chat or on comms. You know what I mean? Like that's the type, like I'm more of the type of, I will passively aggressively, you know, attack you, you know, be like, oh, was that really the right decision to dive the T3 tower when the T1 is still standing? Like, you know what I mean? Like I'll throw that out there. So I'm not the greatest of like people that play this. And so that's something that I'm kind of working on myself. But yeah, Dota can bring out the worst in people.
Yeah. That's why, you know, I've seen people ask this. I've seen a pro player ask this question to PPD, you know, how to prevent burnout. And I believe I've shared this with you as well, just to minimize the total amount of games that you play a day.
Yep.
And I have been trying that myself too. And I honestly find it super effective because for a lot of the players out there, right? Like for me, example, like when I'm not casting, most of the time I'm just playing Dota, and sometimes you just need to feel some other activities into your daily life, and just make it not all about Dota, because that can be really, if that's the case, that could be so stressful for anybody, because literally MMR is the goal of every single day, and that's obviously not healthy. And yeah, I would say just, you know, trying to work out, just MMR, try to take it lightly. Don't try to set yourself a goal. And every time I set myself, you know, get to 7K in 10 days, that would never happen. Never happen.
Oh yeah. Because then you force it, right? And then it's like, for me, to be honest, my MMR has increased the most when I take a step back and I look at each game as a learning experience. I know it sounds cliche. I know you're like, oh, this guy's a dork or whatever. But for me, it's being like, just to settle down, to calm down, and to understand, like, yeah, that was, you know, yeah, we lost to whatever, 70 minutes or whatever, but in actuality, I had a lot of fun. That was actually a good game, you know? And they're the things that I messed up on, and these are the things that I can work on. But like, just having that mentality of, you know, coming out of the game, no matter how tilting it is, in a positive light has really helped me.
Yeah, I know this could sound corny, right? But it's definitely true. I asked for KXY advice too when I run into a huge losing streak, and then something that he told me is that just look at every game. as a learning experience, like what you say. And then if you think that you did well this game, even though you lost, then that is good. Don't feel bad about it. And a lot of the games, even though no matter how good we do, we are just gonna lose sometimes. And you just have to learn to move on, and then also pick something positive from that game. If you know that you have already tried the best, you have already played well, then just move on. The next game is going to be great, but sometimes also a little break is also necessary between games.
Agreed. Okay. All right. I mean, we almost talked them through without even talking about the draft at all. But Neon Esports here, they started out with the Earth Spirit pick, just a really nice pick in terms of like, Yopaj, JG can all play hard as well. So there's a lot of versatility. But they've got the Nyx. That's probably going to be your 4, I would think. The Timber, we're looking at a JG Timber at this point. Drow probably 1. But Earth Spirit, I'm a little confused. Is it's Yopaj, right? 2?
Yeah, it's looking like a Yopaj Spirit here. Next 4, Timbersaw could be 5, could be 3, depends on where they want to place it. I think Timbersaw, if you are looking into that Elder Titan plus Spectral lane, should be a pretty good off lane Timbersaw game, because you're laning against 2 tanky melee heroes. That should be fine. This mid lane though, a Spirit against Viper can be a little bit hard. All right, this should be a Lina 2 against the Viper. This sounds much better now. And play hard would be on the 4 Spirit. And yeah, Nyx Assassin 5. Okay. So every day, General just bring in the new post 5 heroes. And I'm looking forward to see how Nyx Assassin can fare against this lineup of Execration. That he does have a lot of value though, spike base. You can stop the Murmur Kisses. You can spike into the Nanotoxin to stun the Viper. And yeah, just a lot of, and if also Spectral, if he wants to go for the Radiance build, the Carapace can also be a way to stunning him as well. But of course, we all know that Radiance is not the go-to item for Spectral anymore. So, but that's a possibility. Yeah.
All right, but it's
also one more thing. Yeah, sorry to cut you off. One more thing is that Nyx used to be a very good hero against Elder Titan, because almost every single time you stop the combo, you stop the Spirit Echo Storm combo, because you just Carapace and run into the Spirit.
Yeah, that works. And okay, like I love the fact that like Neon, they're the players are so versatile that like even in the last pick that you thought that Earth Spirit was gonna be the mid, like they're like, oh no, that's not gonna be a good matchup against Viper, so we're just gonna throw that Yopaj, right? But to Execration's point, and yes, I really dislike the Viper. I think it has like literally one game that it won, and it was on Ken though. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they can do this. Rixen is new, Yaha's new to me. So we're going to see how these cores kind of play in. But this is looking to be what is this? A Raging Potato or Shakers? Elder Titan offlane?
I'm not sure the nickname.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to have to find out in game. But yeah, I'm a little confused as of what's going on because Yaha, I was expecting him to be the 4 because he was replacing BDZ. But again, I'm not seeing where Raging Potato is, so we're gonna have to see how they kind of lane this. But what are your thoughts on Elder Titan 3?
Well, I think as long as Elder Titan has a good lane, I think very important that Elder Titan needs to have a good lane. He needs to not get just completely dumpstered, because Elder Titan is not a hero that has the best flash farming ability to get back into the game by recovering. You want to snowball him off. I think Europe is the best region in using the Elder Titan tree. We have seen this a lot from SAP, from the OG particularly. And then SEA is now starting to follow the trend of it. But once again, you are laning Elder Titan into Drow Ranger plus Nyx, 2 heroes that can definitely pose a lot of killing threats to you. I don't know how well that could be for Elder Titan. So I'm not sure about this very early Elder Titan pick and still putting him on the off lane.
Yeah. I mean, it would be interesting. And to be honest, like it kind of messes with Scam, but like Scam is going to be so far away that it's like going to be difficult to get into him, right? And like the fact that like this Nyx is a position 5. Spike Carapace does so much work on both Mortimer Kisses and the Spirit that you talked about earlier. So I feel like Neon right now, they have definitely an edge, at least in the draft phase.
Yeah, I think they have a small advantage here going in. Their lanes are great, pretty solid as well. Timbersaw against both. Timbersaw against Spectre and Lina for the last pick against the Viper. I do feel like they have a lot of different answers for the heroes on Execration side, but not to take away the Blade game abilities of Spectral. I do feel like this could still be a game that Spectral can carry, but one thing that you need to prevent on Execration is that you don't need to give Neon too much of a laning advantage and just allow Neon to snowball you off. Because if that happens, then Viper is not the best mid game hero. We have all seen that before. So I'm afraid that this could become a Spectre versus the War, and that's not good for Execration.
All right, so for the viewers at home that are just tuning in right now, the winner, it's a best of 2, right? If you win both games, you move on in the playoffs. Congratulations to you. If you end up splitting it, you get a 1-1. You get a 3-way tie with Galaxy Racer in the groups, and they'll be playing tiebreakers after this game, or this series, that is. So it's imperative that you win, because if you lose, obviously, you go 0-2, you're out of this league. You go home with, $1,000 USD, but you're not in the playoffs and you're done. So it's in your best interest to win out.
Definitely. It's always the best interest to win out any competitive games anyways. So, yeah, Neon. Looking at the laning phase, not too much of the changes here. Nyx is slowly walking his way back to the bottom side to cover the Drow. And there's no lane swap or anything like that as well. So I'm a little bit worried about this Elder Titan. I'm still not sure if Elder Titan is a 3 or the Nanny is a 3. We will see.
Yeah.
Because I don't see the Raging Potato tag there. So I'm not sure if that is Raging Potato.
Well, it's Elder Titan 4 because he's got boots and 1 set of tangos versus the Snapfire 6 tangos. That's usually how we figure these things out. But Yopaj versus the Ken Viper. What do you think about this matchup?
Well, normally should be Lina in advantage, but Viper, like Ken here, he learned the Land of Toxin level 1, so he's looking to hit level 2 first before Yopaj and then just dump all the harassment onto him. But Yopaj, seems like he's the one that get level 2 first. So because he got 1 denied, that's why.
Another Toxin, he was kind of sitting in it. He's looking to trade. Yopaj is getting a little bit low, but he has a salve, and whereas Ken does too, but they're trading quite a lot. Low ground to high. Ken is going super deep for this.
Whoa!
He's got to be super careful. Yopaj is getting a little low. The Slave doing a little bit of damage, and they're going to back up and they're going to just salve on up. But that was very close. This is why I don't play mid.
Yeah, because all these little very agey plays that can just change the game, right? That's why I'm not a mid player as well, because I just couldn't handle this. Like a lot of times, when I want to hit the enemy in mid, I'll just run into tower range, and I just get 3 hits off and I die, and I just lose the lane there. So definitely very hard.
Like mids are like another level in terms of just mindset and play, right? Like I feel like to be a good mid player, you have to be. You're not like a normal Dota player where you're kind of like, you know what I mean, playing conservatively and playing safe. I feel like you have to be like this super like Risk in a way.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And also, let me. Okay, wait, Yopaj.
Yopaj is getting gone on. Ken is getting a little low. He's got a Fairy Fire. The Dragon Slave. Oh, the roll just barely misses, but the kick is there and play hard. Happy birthday, sir! And he will get first blood.
What a birthday present to start the game with. Notice how he only TPs in after he reached level 2. Because he knows that with level 1 rolling the boulder, it's not going to offer too much. So coming in with a level 2, even though he missed the boulder, he was still able to, kick, just slow the Viper down and get the first blood. So very nice recognition of his own pick there by Play Hard.
Yeah. I mean, Play Hard, like, when he first rolled in, I was like, oh, Play Hard plays Earth Spirit like I do. But then he got the kick, and then he was like, oh, okay, that's where we're different.
Yeah, these are the small details, right? Like, a lot of the Earth Spirit players, they'll just TP in when they're level 1, and then they just lose out so much, but not the pro players. They always know the criteria for them to make certain moves.
Really nice play there. I mean, just securing that, and it really helps him out. I mean, like getting first blood is just pretty massive. He's got boots now. I'm sure he's feeling really rich.
Oh yeah, definitely, and it's just one step closer to his spirit wrestle. That's going to be so important and so much value here against Viper, against Spectral, all these heroes that's super tanky. So I'll say Play Hard is going to be a very important factor in this game.
Oof. And one, we didn't really talk about this one, but this Timber versus Spectre, this is a rough time for Rickson here. And John will giving up a kill bottom, but Yaha does get killed in return, so not all that bad for Scam.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is a Raging Potato because Yaha obviously is playing position 3 Sapphire.
Yeah.
So I wonder who this Elder Talent 4 is. But of course, Raging Potato, he literally plays all 5 roles. So we wouldn't know.
So I'm wondering, I mean, like if you're Raging Potato, you would play as your tag. We didn't check into the status, but the fact that they've changed out the team, they have like 3 new players. This is something happened, right? Do we even know what exactly did happen?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not here to start drama or anything like that, and obviously teams have their own internal issues, but in a league when these things happen, you kind of need to understand, or you hope that it's all for the best. Nobody's really there wasn't any like fist fights or what I mean, like that level stuff, right? Which could be like career suicide in a way.
Yeah, let's hope that that's not anything like that. But JG at top lane.
Yeah, magic
All right.
missile.
Very
there,
smart.
but-
Very
Yep,
smart
go
of
on.
him to just run into the trees so that if the Spectre runs into the tree as well, Radiant Death could really do a lot of damage. So this is a little tip for Timbersaw players: always get to the trees.
Ooh, John Wall getting a little low. The multi-shot doing a lot of work, and why Shakers that is getting low as well. Frost Armor, and he gets the impale with the stomp, and that sleeps him away. He gets one shot on Ya, but that's pretty much it, and Shakers will walk away, barely. Whew.
Yeah, nicely done by going to the trees to do the Echo Storm, but this doesn't look like a good lane for Execration's off lane at all. Scam is just doing everything he wants right now. Vin lays double Rift Band. This is a very greedy kind of build. He's looking to not only dominate the lane, but also helps in farming very efficiently. Top lane, JG going head to head with Rickson once again. I think once JG hits level 6, Spectre is going to have to leave this lane.
Doesn't really have much of a choice here, but rolling, gets him. Oh wow, connects him. He tries to go for the kick on top, put him on the cliff, but unfortunately he was a little too far on the kick. But I mean, Shakers here is just doing a really good job of just stacking, making sure that Ken has ways to come back, especially since he's been pushed out of the lane. Yopaj here with 37 last hits. Yes, Ken has more last hits, but the denies are starting to add up with 13 from Yopaj.
Yeah, very nice observer ward being placed down to spot the Lina tipping out and also spot the Lina tipping to the top lane, but this doesn't matter because all your patch want to do is to come top, connect to the catapult and take down towers. It doesn't matter if he gets a kill. Of course, a kill would be a bonus, but most importantly, they take down this tier 1 tower, and then this would help them open the pathway to the jungle. Because you know that Viper is going to be flash farming the jungle, you know that Spectre would be here as well. So very good early move to just remove that away from Execration.
While it was a good early move, and I'm full agreement with you on that one, but Yopaj actually missed the last hit on the tower. Come on, man. Yopaj, you have literally one job, and you got to do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, don't mind Howler here because Yopaj, that's the only thing we can find out to flame him a little bit. Other than that, he has been perfect so far.
Yeah. I mean, but the last hit on the tower, come on, man. Get your head in the game. I don't know what you're thinking.
I mean, if I were the coach, I'll be looking at the replay and then I've got nothing to say, but I want to say something bad just to make sure that these players are at their best. I'll just like, this is where you need to play perfectly. Get the last hit on the tower, please, sir.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like it's pretty massive. Like just because I mean, you pushed it along, you definitely helped JG, who's not the greatest tower pusher. You've created all the space. Spectre's not in. It's got to fear him. And he's TP'd bottom, right? So Yopaj, you got to take advantage of this. Now, I like the fact that Yopaj, at least in this pause state, we can see that Yopaj is making his way back to mid. If he takes away the mid T1 and the top T1 like that, Spectre is going to have a real hard time finding any sort of space.
Yeah, absolutely. Mech control is so important here for Execration. They are on a rather greedy lineup, having Viper and Spectre together. Like Viper, yes, he's strong, but he also needs his time to really utilize the Netotoxin, but Rickson here, he smells
the
something.
Frost Arrow slows him. The Impale, they does connect. The Chakram is there, but the TPs are coming from at least from RR, but he's in a bad spot to swap him. He doesn't want to swap him forward, and Rickson just dies. RR with the bad placement in terms of the TP. Feels a little bit further away, but he's going to get gone on here as well. Chakram with the Frost Arrows, and RR goes down, and that's a double kill going the way of Skem, and they're going to look to turn this into a T1 bottom.
Such a good punishment. They saw that Spectral ran away from top lane to the bottom lane, and instantly JG TP put to the bottom, pair with the Drow to get a kill and also a tower. Like, this is how you want to, you know, just gather your power and your power spike together. It's very rare to see Southeast Asia teams, you know, putting all cores together to take down towers, but Neon definitely showing that this is the right thing to do.
Oh, and Ken finds him, and that's a nice little play. Oh, he takes down in the end. Play hard goes down. They do have the vision for him. They found ET. There's LSA in addition to the Impale. Just makes it very easy. He's being body blocked, but John will taking a lot of tower hits. Does need to be a little bit careful. The Spirit to stop. Oh, does it actually connect? He's slowed down. He slept here. They have the Spirit for vision, but and now they got the Haunt, and Rickson just comes in perfectly timed in terms of the level 6 from Rickson and secures the kill.
Yeah, nice little kill there. Like 200 gold, not the best, but it saves him the TP. He doesn't have the TP out to this mid lane to farm, but also that's killing two birds with one stone. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we spoke about this, you know, the Viper, he wants a little bit of time to build into the sustainable items. So Viper is not particularly the best heroes in speeding up the tempo, even though he's strong. He still wants to play a little bit safe, and we can see JG already pretty uncontested early game. You know, this Viper counter pick into Timbersaw is not. We are not seeing the effectiveness just yet.
Like, again, I know Execration are the only ones that can play this Viper, but my gosh, it just, like, the hero to me is just really underwhelming, and just the amount of times that we've seen it picked in this league itself, it just seems like, I don't know. To me, I think that's like, I've seen it on the losing tide too many times for it to be really effective, you know?
Yeah, I do feel like the style to play the Viper is also very important. But top lane, play hard.
Play hard. They got the stop, magic missile, sleep, Mortimer kisses, everything. And play hard is just like, I just wanted to farm the wave. Yopa just come in, but it's gone a little too deep here. But yeah, she's looking to run. Maybe she turns us around. She's got BOT, so she's super speedy. And John Wells does get impaled here, or sorry, gets the impale on RR. A little bit of zoning for that 10-minute rune. They found Yaha. So LSA is gonna miss. Wave of Terror. And the TP away from Yaha should be fine.
Yeah, lots of stuff's happening, but nothing important really happened. Elder Titan is gonna TP out again. And did he place down a ward here? Not really. So Drow Ranger should be able to farm in this triangle pretty safely. He has got Iron Talent as well, one of the best item that Drow can have in clearing the ancient stacks. So Drow should be able to flash farm pretty nicely, and JG just treasuring this mid tower with his... Oh! Ken!
There we go. And yeah, Ken just gets disintegrated there by the Laguna Blade. That sound is unmistakable. Oh, they got the silence, and they've got ET right where they want him. Shakers. It gets LS8 as well, and that's a double kill going the way of Yopaj, and they want more RRs in a bad spot as well. Whirling Death doing a lot of work with the Chakram, and there we go. That's another kill going the way of Neon. JG secures that one. Glyph is going to be used, but this is looking to be a T1 mid now.
Easy tower for Neon side. Also, 3 kills are just, you know, package deal. 3 kills into the tower. Drow Ranger should be looking super happy here. Doesn't have to do anything. Doesn't have to involve in the team fight, and just let his teammates do the rest. And he'll just keep farming.
Yep. And Yopaj actually missed the T1 mid last hit. Yeah. Like, he's missed 2 last hits on the towers. Come on, Yopaj. Get your head in this game.
Unbearable.
Yeah. I'm embarrassed for him, actually. So this T1 bottom taking a little bit of damage here. Play hard here is just going to happily farm that one. Has an Urn is going to be going Vessel next, as you said earlier. I think that's definitely the build.
Oh, Team is going for the Mac as well. I love this item. Like, you just provide so much heal for his team, and Guardian Grips is also eventually going to be good. And there's also no one that can build Vessel on the side of Execration as well. But that's gonna be a
but
problem.
somebody has to. You've got a Timber on that side. Like, this is a hard counter to that hero. I mean, like, not a hard counter. It is definitely a counter, and it's one way to deal with the insane amount of regen that he has. Like, you have a lot of magic damage in other ways, but it's probably the easiest way to go. The stomp. It's going to be off the mark. He mistimed it, and Mortimer Kisses committed as well. The swap back on JG. The Mortimer Kisses all over the place. JG throws it out. He's going to go in Timber Chain, and he went a little too deep. Magnetize has been committed. Earth Splitter has been used as well, but Johnwell is there with a Spike Carapace, and Skem is looking to fight this out, but Skem is going a little too deep. The Lagoon has been used. They did get Spectre, of all things. Play Hard is going to roll forward, but Ken is actually going to out-heal this. He's going to be fine for now, and Johnwell's running for his life, and now the stomp comes in, and that quashes that bug, and that's 4 for 1 going the way of Execration.
Wow, the team fight is still so strong on the side of Execration. The amount of stuns and magical damage at this point of the time in the game is just too huge for Neon to sustain through. They might need to consider getting the hood on Timbersaw, even the pipe as well. So they need to not underestimate the amount of damage Execration can do, even though they are a little bit behind in this early game.
Yeah. And another thing is that, like, Skem needs to be, he needs to be positioned a little bit better. He should not be out front taking any sort of damage. He should be thinking of himself more of like a sniper in the back, just kind of raining his damage on throughout, and hopefully he gets untouched. But, like, once he goes down, your team kind of suffers in terms of the damage, because, yeah, you have a lot of control and everything else with all the other heroes, but, I mean, Drow at the end of the day is bringing all that damage.
Yeah, and you have a Spectre against Drow, just have to horn in, stick to your head to the Drow, and you take away a lot of passive coming from Drow. He won't be able to proc anymore, his ulti. So Drow Ranger, I assume at one point Skem will start picking up the Frost off, but right now he's looking to build into the SNY first. Interesting.
No, he's going to Hurricane Pike now. He's kind of changed things up. He does have Yasha already. Dragonlance as well. So, I mean, in terms of items, it's fine, I think. I probably would have gone Dragonlance, Hurricane Pike myself, but, I'm not like a pro player or anything.
Yeah. I think he's not going to complete the SNY first. He's going to just get a casual Yasha to help with the movement speed and farming speed, and then still looking to get a Hurricane Pike, because that's his get out of jail card. Yeah, you definitely need that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Spectre, on the other hand, is going drums. Going to have Yasha himself, but he's building up to Manta. I think that's definitely the build. All right. John Weldo's level 7 is going Tranquil's Poor Man, position 5 Nyx. How do you build Nyx? What do you want to do? Because I've seen an assortment of different builds. Usually as a 4, but as a 5, what is the build for him?
Well, this is a little bit tricky, because I think it's also very situational. I think a lot of times it's none other than the 4-staff Glimmer Cape, anything that actually enables your teammate, even Solar Crest at one point if you have the goal. So it really depends. But I think at this point, you definitely want another 4-staff for Glimmer too, just to help your Drow Ranger reposition himself a little bit from the Spectral in a team fight. So yeah, but look, speaking about itemization, Viper just completed the Orchid as well. So Orchid against this Neon hero are pretty good.
Oh, they found Play Hard. The swap back. The LSA is going to just barely miss. Rixen is there, and they're looking to fight this one. The Dragon Scythe doing a little bit of damage. The Gust is going to miss, but they found RR. That's something. Position 5 for position 4, not the worst. JG's going to go forward. Timber Chains goes right into the heart of the Execration lineup. He goes in. Nice 2-man X. Impale there. The Earth Splitter as well, but Ken is looking to just fight this, but the heal, the mech is going to be used. They do end up killing the ET and the LSA. They catch up on Ken, and that looks to be a team wipe, a triple kill going the way of Skem, and they only lost JG and Play Hard to start this one out. Really nice fight by Neon.
Wow, the DD helped so much. And do you see how they clinched the Viper kill? General just run back into the Nanotoxin, popped Carapace, and stunned the Viper. That's like taking his own toxicness to fight against him. So that's Viper dying to his own toxicness there. But it's just a little bit funny play that I see here. But look at the net worth of Drow, man. It's 7K in 16 minutes. He's like the TA of Alacrity in the previous series now. He's just as fat as him.
I mean, the fight was kind of weird. Oh, they're going to catch out Johnwell here. They've got the Wave of Terror on, and the Mortar Kiss is actually going to be committed, but that's going to just stop it. He's got Spike Carapace. The Impale is going to slow down the ET. RR's looking to go forward. Do they have swap? The drum's going to be used, and he walks into Scam, and the Gust and the arrows just doing a lot of work. And he thought he had him, but no. Scam is there, and he's looking to turn this around. JG's continuing forward. He's got the Chakra right up on Ken, and they're looking to go. Play hard with a nice look kick. The roll, they found ET and just going to stand it back, hold him back for Skem, and that's another kill going the way of Neon. 3-0 right now, 17-10.
Such a classic bait. This is the C bait, you know, just putting the post 5 in, and then everybody you just chase around this post 5 for 30 seconds, and all of a sudden, they realize that when they realize that they have put too much time and spells into this guy, it's all too late because the reinforcement will be there. This is just a classic bait there, and very good job by Janelle as well. Just the spell usage and everything, and this will lead them right into the Roshan. And here comes the snowball. Here comes the choke of Neon.
Yeah, I feel like Execration, if they really want to initiate the fight, the haunt's got to happen. You know what I mean? Like, you need to somehow get on the Scam. You need to focus this guy. Yopaj is definitely high on that priority list as well, but almost everyone else is like, yeah, play hard goes in. Yeah, John L's in the vicinity or whatever, but they're just trying to attract your attention away from the Scam and Yopaj. So it's like you need to find out ways to how to focus those guys down, make sure you kill them, and they don't have any more damage.
Yeah, definitely. You need to identify the biggest threat right here on the both sides. And I would say there's a lot of threats from Neon side. Not only the cores. I feel like the supports are doing so much more for the team as well. A Spirit already completed the Spirit Vessel, and the amount of magical damage a Spirit is dealing is just crazy right now. There's no pipe or mag so far from the side of Execration, and that's my biggest concern.
Yeah, it's completely valid. And plus, Lino right now, Yopaj has a Shadowblade Jewels, just very defensive items, so that, yeah, you can haunt on her. Yeah, you can just kind of get on her in other, ways. Maybe you've got Orchid or whatever, all these things. But like, Lena has get out of jail free cards, and she's holding many, and they're on cooldown whenever a fight is about to happen. They're going to focus the T2 bottom, and Scam just making quick work of this. This is the power of the Drow, which is the push potential. They've got a smoke, and they want more. They're making their way to the mid lane. JG's already there. But can they find anything? They do find Ken. Oh, they got the silence and the Manta away. Ken's been gusted back, and he's going to try to run away, but he's been slowed down with the multi-shot. And the Chakram is there, and they're going to get the kill. Yopaj will, JG will secure that one. They got Snapfire as well. Just heroes from Execration are dying left and right.
Yeah, here comes the snowball. This is where Neon is just going to pick up heroes left and right. And speaking of the other Titan, we're still yet to see the power of the Echo Storm into a splitter. I think this is going to be harder and harder now because BKBs are going to come out at some point on Drow and the Lina. So yeah, JG looking to build into the pipe and then use. I think that's definitely super helpful. Drow Ranger next item is. I want to see what is this after the Manta Hurricane Pike. He has 2 defensive items already. Should be looking for something like an MKB or Butterfly to add on the offensive side.
Yeah, oh my gosh, like this is so difficult.
Look at Playhard just denying his own observer art.
I mean, you might as well, I guess. I mean, it's pretty obvious they got the vision that they wanted, so you're just denying that XP and the gold. But Yopaj here just doing a lot of work. The LSA is just going to barely miss the Spirit into the Stomp, a little off the mark. But here comes JG with a Timber Chain. He's got the Chakram to slow him down, but Half-Life Shakers walks away, and he's going to turn around and focus on this T2 top.
Should be a free tower. I don't think Execration is capable of defending towers right now. They really just want to utilize their high ground advantage and wait for Neon to come high ground and try to punish them. But Neon, though, they're chill right now. They have taken all the outer towers. They want to find a timing where they are really comfortable to siege high ground. I think they can't just siege high ground naively. you want to try to pick off someone outside the base, and then only you go into the high ground. Because the high ground defense of Execration is pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, but that's the thing of what Neon's been doing is that look at how much pressure they're providing. You know, they're taking over the entire map. The swap back, keeping Rixen alive. The roll in does find out RR. They got something. The Earth Splitter's going to be committed, but RR is going to get slowly whittled down. His spirit is here. He's going to walk in. The Mormor Kiss is just kind of zoning people away, but they're just going to come back in when that's off cooldown. And they haven't really committed anything to the fight.
Well, interestingly, Scam picked up a U-Scepter out of all. So I'm not too sure what's the rolling behind it.
Boulder misses, and that's going to be a shame on you, Playhard, for missing him there. I've been there, but he just missed out a little out of position at that point, and they got the silence. The Haunt is going to be used. They're going to try to go for JG, who's getting a little low, but the reactive armor just keeping him up, barely alive. The Greaves is there. The RR is going to swap back Scam, the Snapbar Cookie as well, and they do get something. Age has been popped. Can they turn this around? The Nether Toxin has been used. It's a little bit of a zoning one, but Scam is going to get silenced here. Yule's keeping himself alive. Shakers is trying to fight the Spike Carapace, and they got a 3-man silence. That's legit. And they got RR one other time. No buyback being committed on this one. Yaha goes down as well. JG, you know, I mean, yeah, he's living on the edge or whatever, but man, when you got those heals, you're pretty much good to go. They got 3 for 1, and that's a pretty nice fight. JG a little low. Here comes the dagger, but that's not enough damage to kill JG.
Yeah, good fight for Neon, but it seems like the hero targeting from Execration is all over the place. Timbersaw is always very low. Your punch and Scam as well. It just seems like they couldn't focus down one guy, and damage was really split up. Scam with the very interestingly picked up U-Scepter definitely saved his life there in removing the Orchid Silence coming in from Viper. So, should be at least a pair of racks here.
Oh, the spirits. There's going to be a quick little pause here. Yeah.
Birthday boy is DC'd.
Yeah. All right. It's an interesting time. There's a lot of people actually that DC'd. Sometimes that happens. People are reconnecting. But yeah, man, like this is the thing where, yeah, you have stand-ins and whatever, but like this is a team like Neon. These guys have been playing together for months, right? They understand the capabilities of what each other have. They're definitely like in sync with one another. So it's difficult for like teams with stand-ins to kind of play together and be really well coordinated.
Oh, definitely, and of course, also you know that Neon, they are boot camping in Malaysia. They are all in the same place, and for Execration, I will say, since you're playing stand-in, I think you are playing not together, and that also plays a very big part in terms of communication, in terms of team morale, in terms of being on the same page as well. So yeah, I would say Neon, they look before drafting, it already seems like they have a lot of different advantages going into this series.
Yeah. It's hard to come back I mean, it's to play at like the highest level, especially with Neon. They've been playing well together as a team, but like there are ways to get back in this game. But the thing is that Neon have been played in a way where they're not providing any sort of space to kind of to find that pick off, to find that smoke gank, and like, you know what I mean, to kind of get themselves back in this game.
I don't know how to put this into English term, you know, because in Chinese we have this term for this kind of playstyle. If I would directly translate this would be very choky kind of playstyle where I'll just establish a small lead and I'll from the laning phase, and then I'll snowball it and I'll choke you really hard in your base. I'll just take away these outer towers really hard. I'll tackle your triangle and making sure that I farm more efficiently than you, stuff like that. I think this has been the winning formula for Neon for the past 5 months or maybe half a year.
Like I'm thinking that like somebody needs to be taking a little bit of a risk, you know, and be it, you know, Rico on, you know, on the Spectre. Maybe he needs to go to the Radiant Jungle, just get to the other side, figure out ways to get some sort of farm, because right now you're literally just sharing XP and that wave with literally 4 of your teammates in that middle lane right now, right? Like you have no room, so you have to kind of think outside the box. You can't just, take what's being given to you, and you need to find that sort of real estate, that, the jungle camps, which are pretty much on the Radiant side at this point.
Yeah, I think for the first 5 to 8 minutes, we have just been seeing if you have a heat map, everything will just be red color at their own base right now,
Yeah.
Because they literally haven't stepped up at all. Maybe except for occasionally going out of a D-ward, but anything meaningful, you just couldn't find anything. And this type fire with the Aghanims rush, I want to see how this work, because you are giving away the potential Guardian Grief, Pipe, any sort of aura items for these Aghanims, but I haven't seen it become very impactful for his teams. So I really want to see something happen to justify this pickup.
Okay. I mean, Rickson here is just kind of farming out, and they're kind of waiting in the wings, but Playhard comes in with a slow roll. Doesn't actually see anything, but Drums is going to be committed. Now Playhard goes in, he finds 2, he gets a nice little 2-man silence. Magnetize is going to be committed. Snapfire Cookie, but Yopaj is super deep, and he's got the BKB. He's looking to turn this on. Rickson is going to use Manta. Blade Mail is going to be used as well, and he's looking to just kind of back up here. Shakers is back in the action. Rickson back in. LSA, Earth Splitter, it's going to be used. Commits onto John L. They got something out of this, so this is still looking to be a good fight. They've got 2 so far. Yes, ET bought back, but they got 2 heroes already, and they want some of the cores, but can they find them? They found JG, and that's the tankier of the 2. And here comes Skem with a multi-shot. The Snapfire Cookie keeping Rexon alive just for now. The LSA is just going to be barely missed. RR's in a bad spot. He will just die, turn into spirit form. But that's going to be it. And they've gotten 2 for 1, or 2 for 2, I think, because ET had to buy back.
Yeah, not bad at all for Execration. But what comes next is going to be the main point. Because without your multiple kisses, without your horn, what can you do? And it seems like Neon are just going to walk right into the Roshan pit and claim this with no contest, without any contest. And with these edges, they should be feeling super comfortable in going up to the high ground in sieging. And looking at the itemization of Drow, he has an EB, he's an Eternal Blade, and he's looking to build into Dagon. He's queuing up the Dagons.
Might as well at this point, right? I mean, yeah, he's got everything that he needs. It's just like this Scam guy, man. He's kind of crazy in everything that he's trying to do. But I mean, that was a really good fight. They found out, some of the supports, they were looking to go in, but then JG comes out of nowhere and they just start focusing on him, and he just provides all that tankiness that they really couldn't even get onto Scam and Yopaj, and they just had to just kind of retreat on that one. So again, the target prioritization, super important. Make sure you find out a way to somehow lock down the Scam, who's going to be going this E-Blade Dagon build, which is a bit of a troll, but it is Scam.
Yeah, I mean, 25k gold lead. You have gotten most of the necessary items already. I would say EV and Usurper are not the necessary one and the most common one, but if it does the job, why not?
Yeah. Oh, he steps in the Nether Toxin. He gets the stun on Ken. They're going to focus on this T3, the Spirit Stomp. It's going to miss everybody. Creeps are still there. JG just kind of tanking things up front. Yopaj forces his way forward. He does spend the BKB, though. The Glyph is going to be used as well. The Spirit is going to just kind of scuttle them back a little bit. Hopefully he gets a better stomp this time. He's trying to look for the perfect one. Everybody's disengaging. LSA is going to miss. And the machine gun fire from that right into the T3 goes down very quickly. Rickson's been thrown forward with a gobble. They get the Earth Splitter. That's going to be committed. And they've used Magnetize as well. And they've got 3 so far. Rickson is all by himself, and he gets focused. And the Laguna Blade is going to secure that one. And it's looking really bad. Ken is back in the fountain. And he's just kind of sticking around. But they're focusing on that T3. Ken, on the other hand, is going to force the bottom. But GG's been called. 29 minutes. Really well played by Neon.
Yeah, sadly we did not get to see a Dagon coming out from Scam. But yeah, well drafted once again as always, and well executed. The aggression from Neon was just too much for the greedier lineup. Viper plus Spectral. Once again, this Viper I believe is 1-8 so far in the entire group stage of this tournament. It's just you normally want the tanky guy to buy space for a Spectral, this unstoppable monster like a Timber Saw, but Viper going for the all-kit build is just maybe not quite what Execration needed here. Also, Elder Titan, wasn't able to see too much of an impact that he does in this team to buy time for the Spectral. But even if they if they did buy time for the Spectral, I don't think Spectral is going to just 1 versus 5 easily against this super aggressive lineup from Neon. Neon is not the team that will give you that kind of space to come back into the game.
They didn't really have that pusher from Execration, right? Somebody who kind of create that space that Spectre really needs, but we're going to go into the highlight here. This is the one where Yopaj and Ken are just kind of forcing it, you know, they're going at it right away. The Dragon Slave is going to miss, but then Playhard comes out of the blue. He gets the nice little roll kick, and he secures the first blood. That's going to be the chat. Who is the winner of this one? I saw a couple in comments that were talking about this. Just really nicely played by Playhard, of course. It's being his birthday. But the lucky viewer for this one's going to be Ajiv Ventura. So congratulations to that. To you, we will find you. We will get you those Dota 2 cosmetics. We'll have those simple little game every single game that we play in Top Clans 2020. So do pay attention. It's as simple as just finding that little chat box, put it in the comments, and you're good to go. My name is Hauler. This is Arthur. We're going to take a quick little break, and we're going to be back with Game 2 very, very soon.
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000 US. I am a gamer, creator, and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing, but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25, and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial, and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม Esports ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือ การทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้อยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Hello everyone, welcome back to Top Clan's 2020 Dota 2 SEA Invitational. This is going to be the last group stage game that we have. It's going to be Neon Esports versus Execration there. We saw the first one, Neon pulled that one out. How does RR get back into this one, Arthur?
Well, it's going to be tough, man. This next one is going to be even tough. I hope that the confidence of Execration is not at their all-time low. You know, after the roster change, after anything, they come to the biggest opponent that they could hope for, Neon Esports. This is definitely not a good start to test out the roster. So I hope that they. But this is such an important matchup as well because this is about the tournament live.
Yeah.
So definitely super hard there. I'm not too sure what would I do if I were the coach.
Yeah. All right. I mean, okay, just to put a little bit of perspective into this, Execration need to win this one out just to get into a three-way tie for first place. So right now, it's pretty much do or die for Execration. They win, they have a chance to go into the playoffs. If not, they're going to be eliminated because, again, the bottom two get eliminated. Vice Esports already being eliminated. They would be the second team, so they do need to be a little bit careful going into this one. There's a lot of pressure on them. Before we go into that game and the draft, let's give a quick shout out to our partners in EGG Network, AIS Play, Kumu, Lazada, and Lazada Live, Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, TikTok, and production is by InfoFed, Ancient Galaxy, and UU Game Booster. So a big shout out to them. Thank you so much for all of this. Without that, we would not have had Top Clans 2020. And also, seeing as that you're on social media, you might as well give Top Clans a like and a follow on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch if you just happen to be watching that. And of course, my co-caster right here, Leon Arthur Dota. Please do follow him if you want any sort of insights in terms of Dota, how to improve, how to get to his level of 6.9k MMR. I think that's what you were last at. I don't even know, but you're so high up there. I don't even really care.
Yeah, I mean, I've dropped a lot. I don't want to talk about that now, but yeah, my highest was at 6.9. Sadly, couldn't hit the 7k. Just to tell everyone that I'm a 7k caster. Wow, that sounds so different. Instead, I'm a 6.9k caster.
Boo hoo hoo. Boo hoo. I'm a 690 MMR caster, so boom. Shots fired. And you can find myself on social media as well. I talk about Dota, K-pop, and all that stuff at Holler TV. So please do give me a like and a follow as well. But we're gonna go into that game. All right, Execration, 3 stand-ins. Like, this is not easy. This is not an easy position to be in. Your tournament, life is at stake right now. What do? Do you attack Neon? Do you find their LAN cafe where they're playing and start unplugging computers? How do you do this?
I mean, this might be the time that you want to pull out some really cheesy draft, if there's one. Yeah, I think this is the best time for you to do that. If you have Alchemist player on the team, if you have Meepo, anything Warden, anything as cheesy as these heroes are, this is definitely the best time to pull it out because you're having 3 stand-ins, and Neon might not know what are the heroes that these 3 stand-ins play. So yeah, I can see that happening. And honestly, from my perspective, other than being cheesy, I really couldn't find anything because I feel like if you're trying to do anything traditional, if you're trying to do this a normal way, you will not win against Neon.
Yeah.
Let's just put it bluntly.
I mean, because their mid-game coordination is just so on point. Like the rotation, like the laning phase was kind of a bit of a mixed bag, right? Like you're like, okay, you just come out even. You didn't have all, the greatest lanes and all that stuff. You weren't completely snowballing the lane, but then when that game, that mid-tier happens, and all of a sudden, you saw Yopaj rotate top, he just took the tower, like, they were just completely in sync, and, like, the Spectre was out. Like, they knew that Spectre was gonna, respect the Timber 6, and then he was gonna TP away. Once that happens, opens up a ton of space. Somebody needs to fill that space and ensure that there's some sort of defensive capabilities that's going on and protecting the towers, because at the end of the day, if you don't have towers, you don't have space, you don't have any farm. And Spectre, we saw what happens when you don't have any of those, and then you really suffered.
Exactly. So Neon literally they're just reading Execration like a book now, and everything Execration wants everything Execration doesn't want to face, Neon just makes that happen. They don't Execration didn't want their safe lane towers or any towers to drop early on. Neon knows that, and Neon does that. So it's just Neon playing much better than Execration now. The reactive plays, the counter play, everything, proactiveness as well. It's just everything is on another level than Execration. It feels like Execration now, all right, first way is to take away one of the best heroes of Neon.
Yeah, and to attack, I mean, you want to take the Air Spirit. I think it's still top 3, position 4 right now. Very, very strong, but Neon counter with the Venge Spirit. What are you kind of thinking when you're looking to pick the Venge Spirit?
I think like what we say at the previous series, you can open up so much. You can open up so many possibility. Venge Drow is definitely one. Venge TB, Venge any agility hero could be good, but they went for the Venge Drow again. So I can see this Venge ending up to be JG or Yopaj playing it, or just general. Once again, it depends on how the draft goes. But Venge is also another very flexible hero. And speaking about Execration side, they open up with 2 position 4 heroes. Yes, I know Esprit could be mid, Mirana could be mid, but I'm not too sure what are they trying to do here. Are they trying to throw their opponents off? Maybe a little bit, but they're definitely throwing me off.
Yeah, I mean, okay, to put, again, a little bit of perspective, Yaha, I mean, we just know this just because we can kind of look through the Dota buff and everything, but he does play a lot of Mirana, and he's played it more recently 19 times this month. He's a 58% win rate, so definitely a very experienced Mirana player. But now, last time he played the 3 as well, but do you really want a Mirana 3?
Never. Personally, I would never want a Mirana 3. I think Mirana is the best at post 4, or maybe sometimes on particular periods could be a 2. For example, Sumil and maybe they love the Mirana mid, and they could make that happen. But you need such a high skill to make the Mirana mid happen, and it's very hit or miss as well. So I'm not a big fan of Mirana on any other role besides 4. And then speaking about Neon, Timbersaw will be once again the pick. So they are going back to the 2 picks that they have been finding a lot of success with. This Timbersaw, though, he's blind picking into nothing now. So a very high possibility that this Timbersaw could end up be a 5.
I mean, if they do, that'd be crazy. But I love the way how Neon started this one. It's a Venge Drow, pick, right? Like, you got auras galore, you've got a lot of damage. You're gonna, it worked for you last game. Might as well do it again. But they've also got the Timber to kind of just shore up some of the weaknesses about the fact that, like, Drow wants to be spaced away from everything else. But I would think that, this is probably a JG3 Timber, right? Like, I understand that it could be 5, but, when you're looking to pick this is one of those things where you're probably more comfortable with JG on this, right?
Oh, yeah, I would definitely say JG should be much more comfortable with the Timbersaw, but Visage pick. This is a Visage Drow Vengeful super high tempo lineup, and instantly Execration reacted with the anti-mage. So the Execration did not put any time into thinking this through. They saw the Visage, bam, instantly anti-mage. I don't know if that's the best reaction though, because Neon Esports, they are definitely playing at a very high tempo, and we have seen how anti-mage just not finding too much of a success in this tournament because of how great teams have been punishing the anti-mage lineup. And Neon, we all know that they love to play this choky play style, and against anti-mage, that's the best kind of style to shut down anti-mage lineup.
Yeah, they're gonna push you very, very quickly, but This Visage one though, okay. I'm not 100% sure who from Neon plays this. But it definitely fits in with the whole Drow and Venge, and I think they're feeling very comfortable going into this game. Mind you, if they throw this game, they could end up in a tiebreaker, which ends up being in more games, and that could be frustrating. So they do need to be a little bit careful so that they don't throw things away. But Neon kind of, is this the cheese thing that you were talking about? What Execration need to have done?
Yeah, remember the discussion that we had at the previous series that we say if you're a weaker team, normally you want to play a more aggressive lineup. You don't want to be defensive and reactory.
Yeah.
And in this case, Execration is being defensive and reactory. All they want to do is buy time for Anti-Mage. Yes, of course, we all know that Anti-Mage is a strong hero when it comes to late game, but it really feels like not playing. They're playing not to lose now with this draft. They're not playing exactly to win. And Neon, you can tell that they're playing to have fun, and they're playing to win too.
Yeah. But we saw this one by Vice Esports with the AM Ember pick. I think that these heroes are very similar in the, and what they want to do, which is actually a little worrying because you can kind of hard counter them at the same time. But you got the Rubik here. Is this going to be wait, how are they landing this? Okay, play hard, Rubik 4. Okay, you got some nice steals potentially, but a position 5 Visage, and then a Yopaj 2. Interesting.
Yeah, I did not expect them to put the Visage on the support role because Visage normally the peak of the Visage is the level 12, so your familiars are at the strongest. Of course, level 18 is the strongest, but we are thinking about a mid game around level 8. Around 18 minutes to 20 minutes, if you have Visage at level 12, that's the strongest Visage that you can find in the entire game. But having Visage at the side lane means that they also have a super strong side lane because what's the second spell called again on Visage? I couldn't quite remember because I really haven't seen this hero too much. But that spell does so much damage when it comes to laning, and Drow plus Visage is a pretty devastating lane as well. Like the amount of burst damage and slow and right clicks is pretty strong. So
Soul Assumption.
All right, thanks for that. So I can see Neon eventually winning 2 side lanes to start the game with.
Yeah, this is but man, it's such a crazy little lineup here. I mean, they were like, okay, we're kind of all in on this whole Drow strat, even throwing in the Visage in there, and then you just kind of finish this off, you top it off with the Rubik. So you're just going to be keeping a lot of distance, and JG is going to do a lot of work in terms of tanking most of the enemy team there. But this laning phase, it's pretty much all or nothing for Neon Esports going into this game.
Definitely, I definitely agree with you. The laning phase is how Neon wants to start the snowball rolling off. And for Execration side, it's just easy, right? You want to sustain your lane. You try to win, but you are also trying to at least go 50-50 on your side for Execration.
Yeah. You just need to ensure that no matter what happens, you just need to be defensive, right? You need to ensure that, the push is it's going to be coming, but you do have an AM that's going to scale. You have Ember that has ways to kind of just dart in and out. You have, options, but you need to get to that mid to late game. You need to survive there and not be in a terrible position because this team is going to want to push you, and you got to be careful from Neon.
Yeah. The one thing that Anti-Mage can be happy is that the catching power is not exactly the best on Neon side. They will need the Rubik to get a dagger. They will need Drow to always be at the position to punish this split pushing Anti-Mage too. So catching Anti-Mage won't be the easiest thing for Neon to do when it comes to the mid game. That's something that Anti-Mage can be happy about, but like you say, the push is gonna come, the Roshan fight is gonna come. Execration side, they have to be ready for this and try to at least make something out of that.
And going into this game, I think the big thing to me is this whole Venge Yopaj mid. I understand Yopaj plays everything. He's very unconventional, even in terms of his play. And I love it. I think he's very creative and everything. But man, this Venge solo, just because the attack range is just so short, and the fact that it's a Venge mid. Like, how often do you see this?
Speaking of how often, actually pretty often I feel. It's just maybe we don't get to cast it every time, but I feel like every single tournament we'll see Venge somehow at the mid lane. But yeah, like you say, it's not the best laner, and I can see Ken definitely take off from this lane. Venge is not the kind of mid hero that can zone anybody out of the lane or kill anyone. Even with a rotation, you know, Wench just doesn't offer a lot of damage in killing. But speaking of
Wow.
a kill, Yaha took a very early first bullet.
Yeah,
Very
just a
nice
little bit caught
little
out.
try lane here to get a first bullet.
Yeah, a little start off strong there, right? You got and Yaha actually went kicked, you know, to start things off. Had the Lich there as well. So, you know, when you got the tri lane, now RR does get the courier though, so that's something. And RR here just back in the lane. Yeah, I'm going.
I'm just hearing all the raining death coming out from JG. Rixens is already getting.
Oh my! The Timber Chain doing a lot of work. He's going kind of all in though, because no reactive armor, so he does need to be a little bit careful. But Rixen has to blink back, and he's just gonna salve up. He should be fine.
What a ballsy guy JG is. You know, just being extra and a little bit over aggressive there, and he knows that he won't be punished, so that's fine. Of going Timber Chain, Rubik is always there to help him out.
Yopaj is kind of handing in there. I mean, 8-1 versus 7-1, so they're doing quite well. The Wave of Terror just doing a lot of, you know, it provides a lot of, you know, the armor reduction. Oh, but play hard. The Frost armor slowing him down. And they do have him, I believe. Yes, they do. He ticks away, and that's happy birthday to him, from Rixen says. JG Timber Chain's back to the high ground. He should be fine, but play hard going down. Not great.
Yeah, nice kill there for the duo of Execration. Leash M has a lot of killing potential as well, so Rubik has to be careful with the positioning. Even like once anti-mage gets the counter spell, it's also very hard to just leave the guy and get him out of your sight. So Rubik, play hard, need to be really, very careful approaching the lane. Top lane though, we don't see a lot happen so far yet with the Visage and Drow lineup. Dual lane, I'll say, but seems like Osprey is doing a pretty good job just looking at the last hit score.
Yeah. I mean, 15-1, 14-2 in mid lane, but Scam's got 11 last hits, which is quite good. AM though has only got 6 last hits. Has he just been completely zoned out or what?
Not quite sure about this.
Like, he's completely bottom. Like, he's by hugging his tower. The creep wave is just so far up. Like, he's afraid.
Yeah, I would thought that. I mean, I would think that he should be much better after getting the Lich kill. He should fit in a lot of space to get a couple of waves, but it seems like that's not the case.
Yeah. So back to the mid lane. Yopaj here. I mean, what is the okay, they got the little magic missiles gonna be committed. Flame Guard though, still burning him though. Just not enough damage to pop through that. So, but the right clicks are doing work. Oh, he slights out that one. He gets one more right click. He probably goes down, but he's just gonna salve up here. Whew, that was close.
Yeah, actually, it seems like Wenshui is getting slightly ahead of this matchup. That's interesting to see. Now they are going for the
Shakers throws out the arrow, but the arcane rune. Yopaj is looking to fight this. He gets the magic missile on Ken. He's looking to just focus on him. He does get the kill, and here comes John Well with the chilling touch. Slows down the leap from the high ground. Doesn't matter because it's already been triggered, and he gets another kill. That's 2 going the way of Neon, and they even it up.
What is happening? This Wench is actually just breaking the game now. And I sound like such a dumb by saying that Wenshui is not gonna create any kind of killing potential here in the mid lane, but can just hand it to them to him. I'll definitely not think that Empress Baby would ever get harassed by the bench.
Yeah, but he's playing so low. He's playing a little aggressive. He's not getting enough regen. That is by Ken. But here comes the RR and play hard. I feel like when it supports just like bash each other like this, it's like, haha, you're stupid. It's like, haha, no, you're stupid. But they're not actually killing. Oh, but here comes a blink. Here comes the real one. The lift up of Rixen. He does have it. It's 5 minutes. Playhard's going to pick up the rune. Oh, but the frost armor is going to be there, and that should slow down Playhard enough for Rixen to get a couple shots. Not enough. Too fast. Playhard and Timber Chain from JG is looking to go in. Rixen's looking to at least get the rune before he dies, potentially. He blinks away. He's fine. And JG will stop chasing.
Scam is just getting harassed by Yaha. I think once Yaha gets level 6, Scam has to be really careful because the amount of magical damage you can we can
Swap
do.
back. They found Ken. He's only level 5. The chains does connect on him. Magic Missile is now going to be connected. And Shakers is coming on the back end of this, but he's not actually helping out. Ken getting so low with the right click. Oh, the bottle charge just keeping him up just barely. And John Well getting a little low himself. Does need to be a little bit careful. That was too close for comfort. Oh, swap back in. They found him. The arrow is going to be off the mark, but they got Ken. Oh, they tried to go for the cheeky play, and they thought the arrow was going to be there, but Shakers was just a little off the mark with his arrow.
Soul Assumption damage is just so unpredictable. Sometimes it's hard to calculate the amount of damage coming from Soul Assumption. It's hard to play against that. He thought that the Flame Guard could help, but turns out it does not. So Wench definitely starting off a very good early game here, and this is gonna help him into establishing the lead after all.
Oh, they've got a lot. They've got the chains on JG. The multi-shot from Scam. He's made his way down here as well. Fade Bolt should deter him from going in. The lift up on Rickson. He got a little too deep, and he does go down for that. Ken is gonna go get slightly damaged. I mean, he's about half life. He's fine, but they thought they could get an easy kill on JG, but nothing is easy when you're going up against the Timbersaw.
Very good rotation comeback from Scam as well. He knows that he has to abandon the top lane because how big Yaha is.
Roll, found him. Found the Scam. It gets a nice magnetize on Scam. Got nowhere to go. And the Sleight of Fist will end up killing him. Ken remnants from forward. He wants more. He's going for play hard. He's running right at him. He's trying to throw, what are those, hearts? What is he taunting with? He remnants the double one. He does catch him. But play hard gets the nice little lift. Oh, the Yaha is short on the little roll. But he's going to look to just right-click him down, play hard, just walking away. He's outpacing him and might as well taunt. Oh, but the chains is there, and he does end up getting it. Yaha gets the kill, though. But space created.
Such on-point rotation coming out from Yaha, instantly making moves on the map, making his presence known after the level 6. This is Execration learning, right? Like, this was exactly what JG was doing last game, you know. He forced the carry to get out of his lane, and then after that, he instantly chased him out of the lane he TP'd to. And this is Yaha doing the same thing to Scam. And mid lane, once again, Ken is getting punished and punished and punished for his over-aggression.
Like, if you find out Ken, you have Gust, and then you have ways to just kind of stack on the Magic Missile. Like, this is not an easy game for Ember.
Yeah, no,
Arrow connects. Oh, they got Yopaj. That's the one with the rolling boulder and the kick back into under the tower. Really nicely played by Yopaj. But he's trying to just man fight this. He turns into spirit form, which is his bad form and his dead form. But Scam is running for his life. Ken is still around. He's got the bottle charges. Can they get anything more? Shakers leaps to the high ground. Ken is just going to back up here. And he should be fine, but they got Yopaj, which is a really nice target. And plus, that is a pretty big streak going the way of Ken with 329 gold there.
Yeah, you open up a lot of space for the anti-mage at the side lane farm. Ken also looking for these desperate kills to get himself back into the game. And meanwhile, JG is just utilizing the power of Timbersaw, taking down towers. Should be a pretty free Timbersaw game, I would say. He definitely needs the pipe though this game, or at least the hood, to sustain all the magical damage coming out from the 4-man unit of Execration. I think pipe is definitely the go-to item here.
Yeah, and John Well is level 7, free 10 minutes, but the rolling boulder in the blink and the magnetize, everything is going in, but he's got the little remnants. Oh, they do get the little stop, but it doesn't really matter. Mana Void, JG's coming through, Chamber Chain. They want more. The little familiars are flying around. They're trying to scout out Richon. They do find him, Rickson that is, and they want to see where he's going, but he blinks away. He should be okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And JG TPs doesn't actually get a return kill on that one.
Things are getting messy here for Neon. Like, everyone is just getting picked off left and right, left and right. And I'm still not seeing the Visage, you know, plus the drop, plus the bench synergy quite yet. I think they will need some time to have that online. The Geno is already making some move to the mid lane with the Familiar. They want to use this 10-minute timing, catapult timing to kill down towers, to create more space for the draw.
Oh, and they're focusing the towers, and I like this fact that like they're pushing as fast as possible. Look, Yopaj is level 8. He had a pretty decent lane, but John Well, man, level 7 at 10 minutes? Like, that's a pretty big power spike considering that you can still both start pushing. Arrow connects on Yopaj, but it doesn't really look like they can get in that, and they get the tower.
Yeah, another very nice team play coming up from Neon, just taking down the tower early on. Once again, open up the pathway to both sides of the jungle, and this is how you want to just take away the map control, take away the farm from Anti-Mage. Because looking at Anti-Mage is so far away from the Battle Fury.
Yeah. I mean, do you like? I mean, you have to go Battle Fury. Like, what are you thinking at this point? Because like AM, he's so far behind. I mean, he's already committed into it. He's already got the ring, right? But like, is this like if you were in this situation and you're kind of behind, what do you do? But Rolling Boulder, they found John Well. They're gonna look to go on this guy. They got the chains as well, and he was just a little too deep. The familiar is just gonna slow him down. Should fly away.
I mean, it was okay, you know. He's behind, but it's not like super behind. It's not like a 5k deficit. It's still like pretty even right now. It's just that he's farming. His early game is not as good as he wanted, but it's still definitely acceptable.
Rolling Boulder with the remnant, and they found him, and they kick silence, and Play Hard just gets killed there. Really nice play. And
I have a feeling that we are going to see a tiebreaker. If this keeps going on for Execration, I think Yaha has done such a good job on the Spirit. This is exactly what they need to do. They need to just keep throwing rolling boulders into this Rubik or any squishy heroes of Neon's side and just keep forcing fights. And try your best to ignore the Timbersaw at all costs.
Yeah, but you can't really you can't protect your towers though. That's the problem. Is that and so your ganks kind of get in like predictable areas. I mean, they're gonna go for top right now. Here we go. They're going for it. The Chain Frost has been committed, bouncing around. The Rolling Boulder is going to be used as well. They got the Kick Silence, and he's going to go slowly get whittled down, and that's one way of dealing with it. When you commit everything, throw everything at the Star Destroyer, and you end up killing JG.
Very good punishment coming up from Execration. Neo has to be careful though. They're not playing with their strength right now. They're a little bit split. Not quite sure what are they trying to think, because everyone is so far away from JG, but JG was still so aggressive, pushing behind the tier 1 towers.
Yeah.
That death was pretty deserved, in our opinion, because he was so out of position, and it'd be crazy if Execration doesn't punish that.
Yeah, and that team net worth is just bouncing all over the place. But, back to JG, I think that I'm going to blame you on this one. Because you were like, oh, JG, he's on Timbersaw. He's going to have a free game. He's going to just go through. And he heard this, and he's like, oh, shit, I do have a free game. I'm just going to continue to push.
Yeah, you asked me, like what else Execration can do in coming back into this game. I think Karsta, having me keep complimenting Neon could be one way. Because Karsta kills is one thing, right? Yeah.
Oh, the familiar scouting around, found RR. They do have him stunned. Yaha now comes in. Nice little kick, but the roll in, but he's kind of by himself. He's going to start the Magnetize. He's been gusted back. Here comes the TPs. The arrow is going to connect onto John Well. The Magnetize been reapplied. Oh, Yopaj is getting gone on here. The multi-shot from Scam, but he's getting so low. Needs to be careful, and Ken comes out of nowhere, and he goes down, and Yopaj is going to go down as well. This Magnetize has been going on for so long, but they've only got a 2-for-2. Ken is going to back up. He doesn't really have the mana to continue fighting. Anti-Mage is not even in there. Mirana is looking to just cut the creep wave at this point, but that's pretty much the end of that one.
That's definitely a big win for Execration. Taking down both of the cores, and your Anti-Mage wasn't even involved. He just split pushing all the way. Oh, my.
Moonlight keeping him alive. Oh, but the stolen arrow. Oh, but it gets lifted, and that should be the end of it. Play Hard, I think, should get it. Couple right clicks. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Oh, but Ken's getting Frost arrowed. He gets the chains. He gets gusted back, pushed back. Here comes the illusion. Oh, the Chain Frost is bouncing around the Sinister Gates. Yopaj with a nice swap back. And he's looking to turn this, and RR is looking to go down there. They got something, and they're going to continue. Can John Well find anything with his familiars? Yopaj is looking to move forward. The creep wave is there. JG is as well. He's got the Chakram just kind of dealing with that creep wave. They're kind of drawing the line. At least they're trying to at least go for AM, but AM is, 6K, right? Yopaj is top. He's actually ahead of Drow right now, so he's doing really, really well.
Ooh. Alright, so they are scouting out the big ancient stack for Anti-Mage, and they'll just take this, happily take this away. Bounty rune 2-for-2 as well, so it feels like Neon are just taking this non-stop bad engagement, but still the net worth is always just that good. To me, because they're farming more efficient than Execration.
under attack.
And it looks like
just-
Yopaj is going to go straight utility, this aura build. I mean, it's super good on Venge, don't get me wrong. The Vlad's is there. He's going to get Pipe Up next, which frees up a lot of, options that Timber can go, even though he does have the Hood of Defiance himself. But Timber, JG is going to go for the Greaves. So a lot of utility on that team, and they're just going to have this sustaining team fight, which is going to be really good for them.
Yeah. I think Aura is the right decision here because you know that you are always taking 5-man team fights against Execration. You want to outnumber them. So
Chains, they got the Vessel as well, but the Frost Armor. And that's been stolen, so it's going to dissuade him. Oh, but they found Skem. He's by himself. Nice play by Yaha there. They got something, but JG, he comes in at the end, just CSIs the body, but can't actually find the killer. And it looks like Yaha's going to roll away, and there he is, and this is a high-speed chase, and JG goes the wrong way. Oh, Moonlight's going to be used. They're going to try to find him, and Yaha actually wants more. RR's moving to position as well. He found Yopaj. They're all together. The Chain Frost is there with Ken, and it seems like it's way too much. Play hard does go down. Yopaj is getting very low. The Chain Frost doing work. The Sinister Gaze pushing him back. John Wells surviving through all of this. So somehow Ken ends up killing him. They've got a double kill. They got 4 so far, and they got the chains up on JG. They protected their Lich. They got the kick, silence, the roll in, and they've got enough damage, and that's a triple kill going the way of Ken. Really well played by Execration.
let's go Execration. Yeah, I'll say this is the comeback that they need. This is how they can establish the lead for Anti-Mage to, just chill a little bit and kind of get his item online. Get the Fury. Yasha is on the way. And yeah, the magical damage from Execration is just too much for Neo to deal with. Especially Yaha, so on point every single time he's just scouting out the Drow. And then he's just going on the Drow every single time with the Magnetized Silence. There's nothing Scam can do without the first half or Manta style. So the Drow needs to be so careful. I know Drow is always going to be the better hero he's going to be the answer for Anti-Mage, but once Anti-Mage gets the timing, the Manta, the Abyssal Blade, he all of a sudden can be the Drow killer.
Yeah, and they got the nice little gust up on Ken. They got him completely silenced, and the familiars with the chain stun just make quick work of Ken. That's one way of doing it. But all right, now they're gonna look to turn the Roche. They got a wave of terror, which is just makes Roshan very easy to kill. Scam is definitely gonna pick up that Aegis. This is when you start pushing. This is what we thought they were gonna do. They're gonna take some early towers and just take over this game very soon, or in the early game. But they haven't been able to do that. Arrow does connect. Rolling boulder. Magnetized, which is really nice. Roshan getting very low. The Chain Frost is bouncing everywhere. Dyer ends up getting the Roshan. Skem picks up the Aegis. Yaha kicks back JG, and he tries to run away, but that's a very hard fight to get into. Yaha's been stunned. The arrow is going to buy a little bit of time, but Fade Bolt will just secure that kill. They kill Yaha, and can they find Shakers? Oh, but Rickon? Rickson. I don't know why I keep calling him Rickon, but Rickson here is going to be flicking away. They found Skem. Oh, and they popped the Aegis. He was completely isolated. Thought he could be fine. They're going to Moonlight. They're going to back away. Shakers is looking maybe to pop the arrow. No. They're just going to Moonlight and back off. And they found RR Fade Bolt. And yeah, RR's in a bad spot. He just goes down.
Man, action is just happening everywhere right now. But Neon, they are just so good in grouping us at 5 and looking for opportunities. They grew as 5 for the power in just now. That's why they found the opportunity to get down the Amber and walk into Roshan straight. But this Anti-Mage at the bottom side, they're pinging him out like crazy. Not gonna get them. Not going to get Anti-Mage. But nonetheless, this pace is definitely acceptable for Execration side. And Anti-Mage is starting to flash farm. He's starting to just take over the Drow in terms of net worth. Give this Anti-Mage another 5 to 10 minutes. He will be coming to the team fight with Basher, with Abyssal Blade, and that's the timing Execration is playing for.
Look at that dip. You think that Execration are winning, and they're like, oh, we're gonna snowball, we're gonna do really well, and then all of a sudden there's a bad team fight, and it just dips in. So, it's only a 1K net worth lead, which is a little worrying by Execration, because I felt like they had a really good start to this game. But, you got an AM, you got that late game card, and it's a matter of him getting Manta, and we'll see how this one goes. But they got a smoke up here. and they're kind of moving into a direction where they're actually not going to find anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, very good job of Execration realizing that this bottom side of the map is not as important as the triangle. So they are just focusing their power at the triangle side, trying to break smokes there, which is, yes, I'll agree, the best way, because you have a high ground advantage. It seems like they are going to do a counter smoke here.
Ooh, they're going to wrap around the creep waves. They think they're safe, but oh, Shakers has been popped. They got the roll in. They do end up finding on Scam, and they got the nice little magnetize there. They got the lift up in there, but Scam going down, as well as Yopaj. That's their 2 cores. They're going to look to just turn this on John Well. The chain frost is doing a lot of work and bouncing around. Yaha has been controlling everyone. Nice little chains there by Ken, and he's continuing to fight. They've got 3. But they did get Yaha. John Well somehow still alive. I mean, that the armor that he's got, but John Well probably will go down. They've got the chains. AM is just going to make quick work of that. They're going to back up and let Vixen get that kill. But that's a 4-for-1. Really nice fight by Execration and JGTP back.
Yeah, the Mirana is just being so on point as well. The arrow connecting with the rolling boulder stun or just the searing chain for Ember Spirit. Every single time, and there's no way Neon can save anyone from the arrow target as well. So very good, like, credits have to go to the Mirana and their team coordination as well. I think team fight has been really amazing for Execration so far. Of course, you also have this hero that's just so easy to play out, right? Ember Spirit starting the fight with String Chain, and then you connect your stun with it, you connect area spells of Ember Spirit. This is the way of winning team fights. Just
the Moonlight,
easy to...
But they do have vision there. They see it, and they blinks forward, and they're trying to go for play hard. But he's going to Moonlight the stolen one, but Yopaj right in the middle of this one. Gust is there. John Well, Scam, they're doing some work. Shakers is going down. Lich goes down already, and Ken is continuing to fight the nice little slight. JG's taking up a lot of that damage. Yaha's looking to get it. He gets a nice little rolling boulder right there. They do find Scam, but that Moonlight that's been throwing them off, and they've gotten 3-for-1. Yopaj did go down. Ken gets lifted up here, and it's looking like he goes down 4-for-1. That's how you get back at them.
All right. This time around, Execration, they are a little bit impatient and run all the way to the high ground of Neon. And Neon with the high ground advantage is just another beast. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough damage to finish off Scam this time. That's why the Gush coming in super handy, extra damage as well. I thought Scam was gonna die there, but he just managed to somehow get away with the Hurricane Pipe. And
there was
the targeting... Yeah.
Sorry, go
Hero
on.
targeting wasn't that perfectly done by Execration in the last fight.
Yeah. There were 2 things that really stuck out to me. The fact that they placed the ward and the sentry right at the same time, right when the Moonlight was coming down. And the second thing was when Playhard actually stole the Moonlight. That was the Moonlight allowed Scam to just go out of vision and to keep himself alive just for that second. And so he survived because of that. So really nicely played by Playhard. A little bit more pushing from the top lane here, but man, this is really back and forth, like 22-17, 3K net worth lead. I mean, it's really not that much from Execration. This is pretty much just one more team fight, and you can go even. So it's very close. But like, what does Neon want to do? How can they get back in this?
Well, you just have to keep taking team fights, I guess, at this point, because the next Roshan is not gonna spawn so quickly. So your big objectives is so far away from you right now. So you really have to just... Alright.
Oh, the Remnant. The cheeky play by Playhard. He saw it coming.
Yeah. This is a very awkward time for Neon because you want a team fight, but you don't exactly know if you can win team fight, so you are not so confident. You want to get the Roshan for sure, but Roshan is not spawning anytime soon. Towers. So maybe, 5 manning a tower can be something you are looking for now, but Bounty Rune is definitely the next objective for Neon.
Okay, so definitely on the list, definitely something you need to do. But okay, Skem here, like he's died a couple times, and he's only got Hurricane Pake drums, and he's gonna get BKB next. Like, you just need to provide a little bit more space before he gets that BKB, and then you're like good to go, right?
Yeah, he's not too far away from BKB. It's just like another 700 to 600 to his BKB. So that's okay. My worry is that this anti-mage is getting out of hand now. Looking at the net worth of anti-mage, the difference between anti-mage and Drow, that's what worries me.
Oh, they got the stun. The rolling boulder from downtown gets the magnetize as well on Yopaj. The swap back, just keeping him alive, but play hard with a nice little remnant play. Keep them both alive. Yopaj is looking to run for his life. JG is here, and they're looking to just at least get to the high ground. The arrow does connect onto JG, but that's probably the okay one. AM is looking to fight this one. 4 snap away. Hurricane fight from Scam, and he gets killed here. The Chain Frost is bouncing all over the place, and they've got Yopaj and JG stuck in. The Mana Void is being prompted, and the rolling boulder one other time. Yaha providing a lot of space, but Chanuel doing some work. He's got a double kill. This is a 3 for 2, and Ken is looking to run away. They got the Greaves up, and this is not a traditional position 5, man. Talk to me about this, this Visage here.
Yeah, I mean, the true MVP here is definitely the post-5 Visage. He's just dumping in so many soul assumptions. And once you get the talent that you managed to deal 2 soul assumption charges damage, that's when Visage is at the scariest. And also, because of how tanky he is, right? Nobody wants to touch this guy in the team fight. So every single time he's just there, he's last to die, and if he doesn't die, he's just be dumping us so much damage. So at one point, I'll think maybe this Visage has to be addressed, or maybe Anti-Mage has to go in, just Manta style, remove all his mana, and then just leave him alone. But either way, you need to kind of address this Visage issue here, because Soul Assumption is dealing way too much damage, and once the Solar Crest is up, suddenly Familiars would be doing so much damage too.
Like, just so you know, Jonuel is actually 8, 5, and 7. He's literally carrying this team as a position 5 Visage.
I mean, Geno is the jam, man, for this team. Like, literally, this guy could play every single post 5 hero, and they can make it work as well. He not only play those post 5 at a mediocre level, he playing at a fantastic level. So this is something that is really amazing, that really impressed me.
But Shakers gets caught out. He gets lifted. Here comes, and the amount of burst that they have. Jonuel is on a mega streak. He's like, I'm taking over. This is all mine. I'm going to get the kills. I don't care. And JG's continue to go forward. He's got the Chakram slowing down Art, but the Glimmer's there. They don't really have the vision, and they're going to look to turn this around and just go for the mid T2s and focus on that one.
Yep, Execration, they are holding 6k gold lead, but they also need to be very careful with the positioning. If they drop 1 or 2 hero carelessly, that could very well just turn into a very fast high ground or tower siege, like what is happening right now. You know, Execration they don't afford to have anyone getting caught, especially the anti-mage.
Right. Like, with the Drow there, you're just going to make quick work of this tower. So you got to be super careful. You got to make sure that you got the nice little pick off. But Neon, to their their play, they've been sticking together. And we've got a Moonlight here. They got the chains. They found play hard. He gets destroyed by Rixen. He swapped back, but that's a DD AM. Not sure if you really want to fight that. The roll is going to miss. The nice silence, though. The kick is going to be off the mark. They got the arrow, but they got it on Scam and the nice little rolling boulder. Oh, but Scam has been swapped back. BKB, he Hurricane fights to the high ground. He's looking at TP away. Can he get out? He does. JG's looking to run. Timber Chain is away. John Wells like, okay, I'm just going to use my familiars to just kind of zone things away. The only lost play hard, so not the worst team fight. Everybody disengaged. Really nice play by Neon.
Yeah, but losing this team fight means that Roshan will be on the hand of Anti-Mage, and you are already having so much trouble killing the Anti-Mage. So if the Anti-Mage is holding the Aegis, I don't see how you kill Anti-Mage anymore unless Rixen really plays, super aggressively and out of position. I think with this Anti-Mage, with this Aegis, they should be looking to end the game with this Aegis. Just get your next item, Butterfly, Abyssal, whatever it is, and take down towers, go to high ground, and close out the game.
Yeah. Oh, but man, just Scam getting away with a sliver of life. Like, if they do that, if they kill him there, I mean, I don't know if they have buyback, but man, this game was going to be even rougher for them. But just being able to get away like that, super lucky by Scam as well.
Yeah, that was a very nice swap by Yopaj to just saving Scam there. But speaking about itemization, Anti-Mage didn't go for the episode blade. He went for Skadi, and he's now building into Assault Cuirass. I would say it's a pretty scientific
Oh, they found him. Rixon, he's been going right in. He's focusing right on Yopaj. Yopaj has no mana. He's been Sinister Gaze, and he does get killed. He's turned into Spirit form. The dust is going to be used by John Well. They're going to back up, and Yopaj does have buyback, but I don't know if this is the time. The blink hit from Rixon one other time. He's going to go for John Well. He's just going to focus this one. Rixon's taking a lot of damage. He's been gusted back. The Frost Armor keeping him up. Here comes the buyback. Yopaj is going to go right back into this one. They do pop the Aegis. They get something out of this. Playhard is looking around. They use Moonlight. They're trying to find what they can, and they're going to stun lock Rixon. They got him lifted on up, and they do kill Rixon, and this is turning. They want more. They found him. They got the dust on Shakers. The Starstorm is not going to do enough damage. Shakers running away, take a little bit of damage. Here comes Ken. He's got the Shivas as well. Yopaj, no, he's going to just remnant back, but they've gotten 2 for nothing so far. Yes, it's a buyback that's been expended by Yopaj, but was that enough? And getting the AM. Oh, the TP Shakers right in the face of JG, but no real way to stop that.
Wow. Well, 1 minute ago, I thought that the only way Anti-Mage can die is he overstuns, and he did that. Yeah, he just jumping into 5-man.
They found Ken, and they've got the magic missile, as well as the solar subject, but he mantas. Oh, he's gonna sleight a fist away. Can he get away? He's so low. The familiars are chasing after him with the bottle. The wave of terror does scout him out. They do have a little bit of vision. He's gonna continue to bottle away. He's gonna use up the familiar just so that he can TP, and he does get away. The great escape by Ken. And they found Skem, the Magnetize, the Sinister Gaze is going to keep him in, and Skem goes down. What?
What?
The Yules on JG, arrow off the mark with the sleight of fist, and they have the Shivas as well, and they're just got him silenced. The rolling boulder that's been queued up by Yaha. They've been slow, trying to stack up the stuns. The Fierce Sinister Gaze one more time, and JG gets pulled back. And wow, this is all without AM. Richon, like Rixon, this is crazy.
Very big misplay there from Neon. I think they spent too much time chasing the Ember Spirit. Then, there was some miscommunication issue because Drow was all by his own trying to siege the high ground. But his team was just not quite there to save him. And also a little bit misplay by Geno because I think he'll have to resummon the Feminist, drop them to chase down the Ember Spirit. Otherwise, he won't be able to get it.
Oh, the roll-in, they found Bold, play hard, and they've got him. He just took a step out, thought he was safe, but Yaha, with a rolling boulder from downtown, that range is crazy.
Yeah, and player has no buyback as well. I think this should be at least a tier 3 tower.
Yules on Yopaj. Moonlight's going to be used, but they've been spotted, and they're under tower. The buyback coming from JG, just trying to buy a little bit of time. The Scam is coming on up. Pipe has been used, and they'll just defend their T3 top.
Okay, game is definitely not over yet. Anti-Mage is building into Satanic, I believe. Lastly, I think he has the Reaver already, so that's gonna help him with tankiness. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the Heart as well. It depends on what he wants to do. Heart or Satanic, I think that's perfectly fine. Either one is perfectly fine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, but you got Satanic on Rixon. Oh, they found the entire army of Neon, but no, they're just gonna sleight of fist them, chains them, and then just get on out of there.
Yeah, it's okay. Anti-Mage game. Normally, Anti-Mage game, the picks is at 40 minutes. There's still quite a lot of time from 40 minutes, so that's completely fine. The pace is still perfectly acceptable for Anti-Mage to carry. I'll say Rixon, you just have to be careful with his positioning and his decision making with the blinks as well. You don't want to be blinking into a 5-man of Neon once again.
Yeah, this is super scary though, because if Rixon dies, he doesn't actually have buyback because he bought out with Satanic here. I mean, he's only about 880 gold, which is like, let's be honest, it's like another 30 seconds for AM to just farm it, but he does need to be careful, especially since Neon was looking to smoke there, but they didn't end up catching him, so he should be okay.
Alright, they're just running away, disengaged now, where Execration smoked up, looking to find somebody. You can see the line being drawn. I couldn't exactly see what is the line, but they're charging onto the high ground.
That's the smoke into the high ground, but they're going in blind, blinking from Rixon. Moonlight's going to be used. Rixon has been gusted back, but he just continues to move forward. He blinks back. He's going to go for Yopaj. Magnetizes all over the place. JG's looking to go, and it looks like they've gotten at least one thing. They've gotten Yopaj, but that's pretty much it, and they disengage there. What a nice call. Oh, and he goes back in. Yaha, I don't know why he was going by himself. RR's going to pay for your sins. The chains is not enough, and these two supports go down. Oh, Yaha goes down as well, and they found the Mirana. Oh, man. Why? I thought it was a perfect disengage, and they went back in.
Absolutely, like, they just want to prove you wrong, Howler. That was a perfect disengagement, and then right after you say that, Yaha runs back in again. I'm not sure, because the disengage looks beautiful. They took Yopaj instantly. Everybody just get out, but they were just not disciplined enough. They thought that without Yopaj, Neon would not be stronger. But this Visage, man, this Visage is more important than Yopaj right now. And yeah, I mean, this just gives Neon another chance to just run back into the high ground, but that's not what you want to do. You want to slowly climb your way back. Just try to even the deficit on your net worth right now. Because Anti-Mage, and also Anti-Mage without the Abyssal Blade, he's really not as scary as a 26k net worth Anti-Mage. It's just not scary at all.
Like, I feel like Yaha with like a third life was like super brave in this. I mean, a little like he died, so let's just say stupid. Because I mean, he went in and AM was not even in position. Like everybody was not really in sync. They're like, oh, we can go back, especially with Yopaj dead. But that was super risky, and they paid for that. Ken? Oh, he remnants back. He should be fine. But man, they got to be super careful. They got to ensure that when they go in, it's probably AM that needs to be starting the fights now.
Yeah, he needs the Abyssal Blade to start the fight though. But the thing is, without the Abyssal Blade, Anti-Mage is just kiting around. He blinked in, he couldn't hit anybody, and he has to use his Manta Style super carefully as well, because you don't want to be silenced and without the Manta Style being active. So definitely a very hard game for Anti-Mage to play still until the Abyssal Blade comes up. So I want to see Execration being a little bit careful here. And also, Emperor Spirit bought out. I assume Anti-Mage doesn't have buyback too. So they don't want to
AM is about
getting caught here.
Yeah, AM has about 360 gold. Oh no, he just bought something else. So he's going to be further away from buyback. I mean, he has it. He just doesn't have the money for it. So he's kind of going all in. He just has, I think he just got Abyssal here. We'll find out in a second. But he does have Basher. He just bought the recipe. Wow. So he bought the recipe and he's not going to save for buyback. So this seems like a mistake from Rickson here.
Yeah, like the recipe is completely like pointless, right? To be bought there to remove your ability to buy back. So yeah, definitely a bit of inexperience there. Now they have to play super careful because of that. They're just camping at the top side, waiting for Roshan to spawn. Whereas Neon side, I would say team fight, even though they're 11k behind, it seems like the team fight is also as strong as before. Because of the presence of the instant of aura, everyone is just getting enabled by Yopaj. Even though he dies, the illusion just being presented in the team fight improves their team fight so much more.
Yeah. Agreed. And again, for the people that are just tuning in now, Execration, they're playing for their tournament life right now. If they win, they have a chance to go into tiebreakers. If they lose, they are out. They've got a smoke up here. Execration are trying to go on this, but they got to be careful. They do have the nice little arrow. Rickson is going to start things off. He goes in. He's got the frost armor, the rifle rolling boulder, but Yopaj with the save. John Wells hitting on the back, and Yopaj is slowly getting disintegrated there. He does go down, and it looks like there's John Well as well. Skem is going to just BKB. He's just trying to run away. He's got Lotus Orb. JG's going to be stun locked, and he's going to be just left for dead at this point, just to buy a little bit of time. Havoc Hammer is going to push him back, but he's been silenced. He does go down, and they've gotten 4 for nothing. And Skem is going to be on the RTZ cliff. He's going to be scouted out to Sinister Gaze. They do find him, and he thought he was safe at the high ground, just being able to TP. But no, Skem goes down. Rickson with a triple kill. Is that game?
Yes, I think this is game. You know, like Execration soon they'll realize that there's no buyback coming up from Neon, and I think they might just go Throne.
Yeah, I think
they have the balls to go Throne,
right? Like you.
Yeah, I think you want to go Throne now.
I mean, they got to get the T3 first, but once they get this down, they'll probably ask the question, do you have buyback? And it looks like they don't want to ask the question, and they're just going to continue to play safe, and they're going to focus on these racks. I think that they think Neon have buyback, which they do not.
Yeah, they definitely think so.
I mean, this is the safer play, right? You don't want to throw it. I mean, yeah, you're up 20k, but you don't want to just throw the game because, you know, Yopaj is back at 8 seconds, John Wells another 9 or so. I mean, you got to play a little bit safer, right?
Yeah, I definitely think that this is no problem at all. You know, going for the throne is definitely the more risky play. Anti-Mage is at the
lift up. Oh. The repair kit is doing nullifying a lot of that damage right now. It's slowly getting whittled, but they're just trying to buy a little bit of time for Skem to just come back for one last team fight, and that's pretty much all they have left in the tank. And it looks like they're going to just push the bottom T2, just force them into high ground, and, you know, do what Neon did to them last game in the sense of just choking them out a little bit.
Yeah, that's a completely right call for not going for the throne. Especially repair kit is there, you know, you don't want to get allianced. Yeah, even better that Roshan is spawning now. DD Rune just spawned coincidentally outside of the Roshan pit. Just Gaben telling Execration to go Roshan, but Roshan is a better choice here. And I believe this is the third Roshan with either Refresher Shot or the Aghanim's. So with these ages, should Anti-Mage, will he die again? I don't know, I don't think so. Unless he jumps into 5-man again.
Like, at one point where, I mean, as an AM, you would want to get BKB at some point, right? Like, that stops all of the control that they have, and you just become this unkillable monster. Like, shouldn't he have gone BKB a little bit sooner?
Yeah, but also, it means that he would have to let go either the Abyssal Blade or the Satanic. Yeah, BKB looks like a good choice here, actually. I would say BKB Abyssal sounds better than Abyssal Blade plus Satanic.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Like, I just feel like, because all they have is control. He gets silenced, he gets pushed back. I mean, yeah, you've got that one Manta, but I don't think that that's enough. If you had BKB, I think that you would have had a much easier game.
Yeah, definitely. It's just that with BKB, he wouldn't have so much HP or damage. So maybe that's the thing that he's concerning with. He has gotten Assault Kiras now, so definitely this anti-mage is at the maximum capacity already.
Alright,
so it's all high ground defense now for Neon.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try to defend the high ground here. This is, they have, what, 2 sets of racks. This is pretty much it for them, but they can't even get out of their base. What is the play? You just defend high ground, hopefully they make a mistake?
Yeah, I would say so. There's a lot of synergies that can play around with the high ground defense. You can swap into leaves, you can swap into familiar slants. So a lot of things can be done as long as you stay at the high ground. So I do feel like staying high ground is the better choice here. You know, it doesn't matter if you get more farm outside of the map, because anti-mage is at the maximum capacity already. He couldn't upgrade anymore, except for maybe Aghanim's or the Moonshot, but those are not game-changing, so you are fine with anti-mage farming now.
The only thing is that Rickson goes all in. He doesn't, I mean, yeah, he's got Aegis, but he doesn't have buyback. That always worries me. I mean, nice swap in. They found Ken. They're going to start things off. They're going to focus him in. He does get killed. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's going to somehow stay alive. He cheeses on up. Oh, my gosh. Play hard with a buyback, and the Chain Frost is bouncing all around. Yopaj has to die, and he's probably going to look to buy back here. The Magnetize is doing work. Yaha's getting very low. And my gosh, they're continuing to fight. And I don't know how Ken survived that one. The nice arrow connects onto John Well. He does get killed. He does not have buyback. Here comes the lift up. And they do get the swap back on Skem, buying him a little bit more time. But the, what is it, 5 remnants there? Right into the face of him. And he does end up killing Skem there. He buys back. He's looking to stay on the high ground, but he's been stunned. Rickson is just going to kind of gatekeep them. But the Malta shot is there. Aegis is now going to be popped. And here we go. This is going to be round 2. JG's looking to fight this one. They get the silence. Counterspell is going to be used for now. The magic missile is there. Ken has been thrown back. Here comes the lift up on AM, and JG's slowly getting whittled down. The Sinister Gaze throws back Rickson. The Frost Armor is doing a lot of work, but he's so low. Can they get him? Oh, they do kill him. Oh, no, they don't. He plays away. And does get killed. And I think that's going to be the end of it. 1 for 1. And there was a ton of buybacks, though.
Not yet.
Oh, they're going to get more Shakers. Has been Yules. They got the Sinister Gaze that was stolen, and they throw back RR, and he does get killed. They've gotten 3 for 1. I mean, probably more than that with buybacks at this point, but my God, I thought Ember was dead. I thought AM was dead, and I am quite confused.
Wow, Yaha is definitely my MVP here. Damn, these ancient random staves is just amazing from Yaha. he's so on point the entire game. And Ember Spirit. All right, just chasing the illusions now. Oh, good. 31k goal lead for the side of Execration, but all that fight though, it was just to force out the buybacks coming up from Neon side. They're still holding 2 racks right now, but it also gives a lot of winning condition for Execration as well. Sorry,
Like, I want to know how low Ken was in that fight before that save from Yaha, because that was insane. Just the fact that it was barely enough time to stun it just so that he could get his cheese off and just completely turn that fight around. I mean, yeah, they lost 3 people, but I mean, how many buybacks are committed for that? That was an insane fight that we saw. Oh, but here comes Rickson. He blinks forward, and John Well getting really low. He just thought he was fine, but the TPs are all here. The force forward, the Shadow Blade from Skem. He's trying to find out where he is, but that's going to be the end of it. They got the pick off that they wanted, though.
Yeah, but fortunately, Neon is the Geno is the only. Alright, he's the only one that have buyback in Neon side, so that's okay for them. It feels like Execration they need another round of AGs for them to close the game out, so that buy a lot of breathing room. And team is sitting at 7k gold. I think he's gonna upgrade either the Moonshot or Agonies, but should most probably be the Moonshot. They're going to smoke. They want to fight because they know that buybacks are not available.
Smoke and the Moonlight is committed. Rickson goes on in. The Lincoln Spin pop, the Lotus Orb. They do get the nice rolling boulder into an arrow. They do find Skem, but they don't have the vision. Magnetizes all over. Sleight of Fist. Rickson's been pushed back. Yopaj is getting gone on here. He's slowly getting whittled. He gets forced forward. He's been vesseled, and then Rickson really wants him. Rickson is continuing. He's godlike. He wants more. Ken is looking to focus this, and they get the bash up on Drow. He does go down. There's no buyback here, and that is going to be GG. 43-28, 47 minutes. What a comeback by Execration in terms of game 2. Yes, they were in full command of this game, and they ended up winning this one. But man, when you thought that first game happened, I didn't know if Execration would come back like they did here.
Wow, I didn't know this kind of resilience is in Execration's mind or heart. Such a big statement here. Execration just playing this game, playing their heart out just to fight for the tournament life. Now they actually are able to force a 3-way tie. And Neon, this is the tournament favorite coming into this tournament. They are definitely looking at the best team, just as good as Trust Gaming. But wow, Execration, they impressed me. Like, Yaha is definitely my MVP here. The amount of job that he did on this Elsprit from the first minute to the very last, it's just crazy, man. This guy is amazing.
This guy's great. He was a great, I mean, it was an off-lane Earth Spirit that was just on point with his control. He was everywhere, just saving people left and right. There were countless times where he came in and there was a huge impact that he played. But this is going to be one of those highlights of one of those nice fights that we had. The nice lift up there. The Chakram's going to be used, and they're going to just continue to spread this out. And this is where we kind of thought Neon Esports, this is a little bit of the tipping point in the sense that things started to go downhill from here. They got JG here, kited out. They got the arrow as well. Silence, he wasn't going to go anywhere. And this is a really nice, this is pretty much the beginning of the end. And this is kind of where AM had just kind of gone through. And so let's go. Execration is put in the middle right, and you've got the chat there. But yeah, really well played. We're going to go into a tiebreak. Okay, the lucky viewer right now is going to be Javier, Saj, Nixon. Congratulations. We'll reach out to you, get you your Dota 2 cosmetics. Thank you so much for paying attention as well. But there's going to be a tiebreaker. I think that in terms of scheduling, that's going to happen at some point. I'm not sure if it's going to be on stream. We'll let you know. I believe the host will let you know as we come into her. But my name is Holler. This is Arthur. Any final words before we go into back to the host, Arthur?
Nothing. I'm just looking forward to see who will come out on top of the tiebreaker. And these three teams, Neon, Execration, and Galaxy Racers, they are insanely close in terms of standard. Insanely close. Look at them, 5-5-5. Like this is ha in Thai.
Yeah,
I'm not,
so
I
you
don't
got
know
all
why.
three. Yeah. No, yeah, we know that. We play in SEA. Obviously, you got to know Thai as well, right?
Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
nothing much. I'm just super impressed today by Execration and by by everybody, honestly. Galaxy Razor first, they played a fantastic series. Then after that, Execration and Neon both gave us a super intense series. I signed off today as a happy kid.
Yeah, very great game. And to be honest, we're not going to have the playoffs. Well, I mean, please do stay tuned in terms of the website on Top Clans 2020. It's going to be on Facebook. I'm sure we'll make the announcement there in terms of who moves on. I don't know if those are going to be, but the playoffs, when they do happen, it's going to be the weekend of the 28th through the 30th of this month. Arthur and I will both be here to cast that, so we'll be happy to have that. We'll have the top 4 teams. We'll let you know what's going on for that. They're going to be best of 3s. They're going to be great, and we'll have that grand finals there. But until then, we're signing out. Thank you so much. My name is Holler. This is Arthur, and we're going to throw it right back to the host. Thank you so much.
Thank you, casters, for bringing us such a wonderful game. There will be a tiebreaker between the two teams. However, we wouldn't be able to stream it for you guys. Please follow us on our social media to get the latest updates. Well, at the end, we would like to thank again the support from all our partners: EGG Network, AIS Play, Kumu, Lazada and Lazlive, Likey, Nemo TV, Twitch, TikTok, and for local production supported by InfoFeed, Asian Galaxy. Also for network support by UU Game Booster. Don't forget to follow us on our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch TV channels for all Top Clan 2020's news and surprises. Thank you all for watching today. Tomorrow, next stage, we'll be back with the knockout stage on October the 28th. Don't forget to tune in. We'll see you back on October the 28th. Goodbye!